The cycle breaks in the name of Jesus. If you believe it, please put your hands together and shout yes. As I reflected, I realized that in the 50s and the 60s, Ghana was ahead of Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea, and even China. We were ahead of them. And I started meditating, and suddenly I said, why has the gold become dim or dark? What happened to us? This state of retrogression under the leadership of our president John Dramani Mahama must be reversed. I look forward in my lifetime to see a new Ghana, a Ghana where our sons and daughters will not line up in any embassy for visa to travel out of the shores of this country for greener pastures, but that our sons and our daughters will be born, raised, schooled, educated, and live and work and flourish and thrive within the borders of Ghana, and will only travel outside for vacation and holidays, but not to go and see greener pastures. All that we will see that day come. And Mr. President, I know that you don't have too many years ahead of you like Singapore had. But Jesus fulfilled his mission in 3 years. And the Bible said all things are possible to him that believes. And that with God nothing shall be impossible. And as a believer, it is also said that you can do all things, Mr. President, through Christ who strengthens you. So, Mr. President, within 3 years, make a difference. Impact this well. Change the narrative of Ghana. Let the city thrive under your leadership. Let the city flourish under your leadership. Let things get better and better and better under your leadership like never before. 4 things came to me, and let me state it and we'll close. Number one, it came strong to me that we need to develop strong love for God. Love for God. Number 2, love for country. Number 3, love for people. Number 4, we need a national development plan. We need a national development agenda, a national vision. China has 100 years vision. India, 100 years vision. Dubai, 100 years vision. Ghana, our motherland. Where is our vision? Where is our agenda? All that under the leadership of President John Dramani Mahama, a national agenda and a development plan will be established that compels all stakeholders, irrespective of your tribe, your religion, your background, and your political party, that you are compelled by constitution to follow that agenda, that our money, cocoa, oil, and all that we have, our resources, gold, will be channeled towards one common goal, the development of Ghana. Mr. President, your presidency this time around and this mandate is not for you nor us. It's for our children's children. It's for generation yet unborn. So, Mr. President, make a difference. Set the agenda. Reset the economy and this nation. Shall we pray? Please stand. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we are gathered as I'm surrounded with all these mighty servants of yours. I come under the auspices of the Holy Spirit by lifting prayer and intercession for country. Let our borders be safe and secure. Let our airways be safe and secure. Let our high seas be safe and secure. Let our land be safe and secure. Let every mother, let every child and every father have food and bread and water on their tables. In the name of Jesus, let our currency get better and better and not better and worse. Now, Heavenly Father, trouble who trouble this nation, and let that peace within the border and within our walls. We pray that you strengthen the hands of the president, that his hands will not be weakened, and that he will not be battle weary, and that you bless and strengthen all the men and women that sit in council and all that serve with him in this new name of he who lay in the grave and arose, triumphant and ascended up the heavens, who is ever seated on the right hand of the Father, praying for us. Even Jesus, Son of the living God. Amen.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year. Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
And now the big question is, what radio program do you listen to? Is it the radio program of the year 2023, Ekosiisen Asempa FM?
Asempa FM.
And that's the radio program of the year 2023, Ekosiisen Asempa FM. And the winner goes on with the memento, citation, and a certificate.
Let's now do the 27th award for the night's radio program of the year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athol Morny, the national president of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program of the year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Ladies and gentlemen. Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Oh, Osei, Bonsu, Amwa. And the Amwa account, I said, man was in the Union was even someone. Obi, yeah, Moboyuma, Yabana, Yabusi, and Yachi, Emse, Obai, and Oshas, and baby, and Yamidu Abiduno. I was on it. Because Namia Yebi, I share Juma Asempa FM, so more ye. Any education among the man Crawford. Now, we are there about one Crawford pass, started Afena, and Crawford Amoduamuba.
Yeah, now beginning the year, right?
From Pondy. On an Chetag, everyone award. Or church say, before any investment, Kaka. Said the Baya is Sika, a Bayan ono. I'm say, near beating I can say, Yamin Team Nina, Yamin Shamo. Asempa de, Enona, Ubiati. Do we are now much baby aboso. Inti no Asempa FM there. Umpo beti.
Yeah, that's it.
Na dey obi, is it what captain's band na bo. E dey umpo beti no. Nyamisha mo boy dwuma.
Yeah, that's it. Mr. Moatin on that tag code and Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
Insurance count.
Yeah, that's
the time I have had. If I have any aje.
Yeah, that's it.
Na any man that ho never to accommodate so.
Mate.
We say Ghana da wakoma so. Sounds when da makoma so. Yeah. Nti ye hwe na o man impeja.
So Honorable Akwaba boko there.
Obi. Me hu wache.
Enye easy.
One na ya metie.
Yeah.
Metie one your authoritative presentations. Me da se pa. Me da se. Mo official pa.
Afa pa nko besanye ho.
Official pa ma utitiru any Dominic and the entire production team.
Sure.
You've held your fort strongly. Mobo Juma. I think Omen Yimu ye credible media outlet and that's a media platform. Anybody, it's a privilege to appear on this platform. It's and for and on behalf of the minority caucus, the entire caucus, having extended a hand of invitation. Some of my say and Brambetina heavy
freshest burger in town. What's your Akwaba next saying?
Obi. Nyami adum device selection akan yi de ya betu nso na wa won so ho efe Obi minim sese wo fans sa
he e wo he fan
miss me call convention apostolic convention so wa we Pentecost ba me call apostolic convention wo Baltimore e apostolic forward the law
okay
Mrs. Ketchy no money chrome wo no me e na Obi na Obi no wunim na afi because bisa me no Obi wa ware na me say masa me ni Facebook to pa bisa no they love you too much. But why are there? Price in the cost. It's a business nyina woman who say obomode na utumpon.
Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 year. The person should not be confused about separate identities, no.
Oh, na internet no crown so obomedia. And I'll show me Wikipedia or some recognizing me as Freedom Jacob Caesar.
Okay.
Okay. No, and I make an quite say Jay-Z.
Anderson Carter.
Check it. Wikipedia is here or connected the two. Until and you almost how any pa ebodino. No mudi combining and no more search engine.
Oh, okay. It means that Cheddar and a Nicky, no, and a
nickname. I just say Obi. See what they call Cheddar Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow. Chief Bine, Akwaba na apom to then.
Osei Bonsu.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM.
Fantastic. Na mete fote won catcher. Bibia bokwa.
Oh Nyankopon na dum bibia dadi. Na waso apom.
Nyame na dum kakra. Ye pem so kakra.
Asempa awu na uchi nyina wa kire dey so apara. Ghana ha ye bi enyo to 100 abira. Won dunya rambo moroko du bia obama ya so at.
Fantastic.
Ghana manda wonas.
Bana mizono. Obi ni kwere ba ko pe ebutu ko kwa me radio TV bia mo bia o se utim de to e Asempa FM ena minim se nipa bebre o mu ni Asempa de ebutu a bichima to me wo Ghana hanko ade a ebutu a na mo nka me de beto Asempa me wo ni ada pata o na me de beto bo amanane a Ghana time 2 o'clock me de beto
yes o me that's so no pay me banam nim so uber it is our ban matie programs na na o ma me ntenda just say obi banam say na dia na pia go ba because uber titi ne ma suka da ma that was force me am African MP me that's so am kwansa me da Ghana force was
openness, you know. I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be, that's
it. And the Honorable John upon the attending cannot. Lawyer Sami Jemfi ewa ha mema na Akwaba so Sami Akwaba ete sen
onyame adom
bibi ekoyi
onyame dia che
aso oba ha che
esa wo frame ya che o to sa frame ya che but Baby, Major Bre, remember Munqua, Ekosiise, and Mama Basso.
Yeah, that's
it. Production team with the Juma Sombo, my Ghana, and congratulations once again for winning the radio program of the year.
Yeah, that's it. That's a power. We appreciate everything you also do for us. Monsoma Kahone, Jumanity Mekweni, Edamons was a power for the support and everything.
It's be Abba, we are seeing now. And at that time, no, I beka MPP and record home until 1 year careful now. In the selection of your candidate, 1 year careful now select candidate bia. Nipa kai sa emreno problems e womu onu na ebe kai no. So again, we have to be politically smart and be strategic. So my direct response to the answer is say, will it require
a change
in the candidate?
And also
the
yes.
Answer is yes.
But if say ebe require changer, I didn't know what's a change near Brian Champon.
Exactly, that's where I'm coming to.
Okay.
Because I just said to you, sir, and yet change for change sake, a change to be able to win power in 2028 for everybody. And to know, oh, Sisa, you have to also be deep in your thinking in terms of who. And I mean, my first point to say, you were a brand tier mujamunubia, wonuno afana fani nyinano, womuni omuye close, omuye fine. And we ye Brian, biara any party mo obeka se oni Brian, problem to obeka satiano. And that's a Brian aye bibia tiano, and ya udie bi wonimu, debi. That's not the sense I get, that's not the sense on the ground. Or you ubia nim se wabua party ya bua candidates ya yeka womo mu betwemu nyina no wabua wo papa
wabua mu in the sense
of provision of resources imposika ye de campaign okra
enti me akosi interest ami wo mu an say at the end of the day not only will the truth come out but also it will be an eye opener. Ama omai no nyina ga say we be Argentina 3 arms mienu de eye chinchini na baako de where it matters most eye soft I would can no na dom and no mom and na exercise hwe enti amafo pi wonafa so te ate me onim and she's not fighting a losing battle because at the end of the day, it shape now reshape the Article 146 CJ removal process. And American said, and since or didn't kono for the general public, no akayenso ako ntokwa enye ekokaye obi akoka na ntokwa na ye de swaye na ya dan kono kaya de womo de yi sobrabo no onko yi na no e wo honom se ne eti bia no enye afebo kese evura ebejo enchenche e wo na afi senka o cooperate ya anka em say by June ending July ending na nka ye yi na nia ekoi enye ene no more KP wa attack president no so I say, in a way, no, she has attacked the president. And this all yet. She has attacked the fellow justices of the Supreme Court. And this all yet. So she is now inviting the general public to take sides. Yem them. And that the 125 clause, 1 and 2 of the Constitution, you want to enroll as citizens of Ghana. Yeah, but we know where to participate, but therefore no.
Lawyer, attack on president near dear Hino.
You mean?
Yeah, also attack president in the press conference. I'm say attack near dear Hino. What did he say? A constitutive attack on the president.
President now set up committee. Now oko petemu now say Monjo committee be a president now set up. Now, petitions no crano, Samuel ni Saponum, and or the Abete and Fan Army. Are you not attacking the president? When they set up committee, under the Constitution, Who establishes the committee?
Yeah.
Giving the party a national front. And there we are, Igbenia. Ultimately, do say Subu say NPP no, yeah, come for a party. And you know there's a master stroke. Now, as to the laws, my country was saying, Kobe, shishemu, and a Okwe committee in Frio, Economics Intelligence Unit. Some of shishemu.
Yes.
I'm going to say didn't go because of the hardships and the economic situation, and the social situation. And flag bearer back. One can say election now, you call 2024. You lose our election in 2022. So, 2022 now, Baumia flag bearer.
No, a vice president.
Yeah. And Tasum, because at that time he wasn't flag bearer. More almost 2022.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program of the year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. And then they come, ladies and gentlemen.
Obinie, Ekosiisen nie, Bonsu awo Asempa, de brane mamba. Obi, som, Oribo, Ekosiisen, wo, Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, wo, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Asempa 94.7. Asunyine tie. Oribo. Ekosiisen, wo, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, wo, Asempa FM. Obi nebado, Obibo, Ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebado, Ode Asempa nabo. Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo Asempa, de brane mamba. Obi, som.
Safa
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen Bonsu our Asempa the brand mama Obi so
Asempa FM.
Asempa FM. Wednesday afternoon, the 2nd day of July 2025, 24 minutes after 2. So it's live from our studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. Live around the world at myjoyonline.com and adumonline.com. On the multi-TV decoder radio channel Asempa FM, HD Plus decoder radio channel Asempa FM. Uko YouTube, and so you get the opportunity of watching the show live on YouTube. Me try a live stream, on YouTube Asempa 94.7 FM. Subscribe to the channel. Na nyakwan share live stream. Now you go to the comment section. Me try live comment section. And now the comment in so go amayen. Baby a wo hwe yen fi udin office a wo baby a wo bia no mayen hu na yemfa udin into me and tuja. Very very important. We have a WhatsApp number and so are active 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Come through with your thoughts, your comments, your observations, and I'll share them with the rest of the world. Medidio say Bonsu from Yobi. I'm privileged to be your host, and I speak on behalf of our country's best production team led by Dominic Kisiyaboa, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Tiamoa, Ebenezer Tete, Oman Hene Kwabna Sante, and Ekuya Boachewa Iyadom. Inyinani Eka Ebomdi Ekosiisen Jumedie Ebremo. And we do this every weekday from Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. This is the reigning CIMG radio program of the year. Mamina Yabuafo Ase, Thontina 74, Royal Kingdom Estate, Provident Insurance, Africa Queen Mackerel, EcoBank Ghana, Blue Star Lotto, Syntex Tank, Powerjet Batteries, Yawo Franco Trading Enterprise, Millennium Insurance, Tabia Herbal, and a Felisco Sun Ghana Limited. Wow. In Mekwena Boya me adi Ekosiise Ebremo. Lumumba upon one Bronx in New York. Osei yeda se papa. Kwabna Boating Osei Obi is coming. Watching you live from Adenta Ashiye. Greetings to Honorable Otrebefi. Michael Otrebefi was on our show yesterday. Johnson Efum Osei, good day Obi. I'm watching you live from Doha in Qatar. Belated happy birthday to my lovely mother Ifua Osam from Cape Coast. Okay, he's 80 years old. That's yesterday. And run with the 80 years. Okay. Hey, for Dominic Owusu. Also, welcome back, Obi. Thank you, my brother. Osei, live from North Ridge here in Accra. Dear Richmond says, Obi, I'm watching you live from Dubai. Ajman, you're doing a great work. Thank you, my brother. Peter Sapon or Baltimore. Also our office and I was saying James Kojo. Hi Obi, I'm watching you from the UK. Thank you. Ernest Opoku said, oh, the nation's premier university, not just the premier university, the only no in caps, the nation's only university, the University of Ghana, Unu Business School. Thank you, Ernest Opoku. You are lucky to be a student of Ghana's only university. Moses Sotre says, Obi, I'm watching you live from Manchester. Arshad Baini. Also, Obi, good afternoon. Watching live from Columbus, Ohio. Samuel Tre Ajeman. Also, Marietta, Georgia, Atlanta, and I was saying Emmanuel Owusu, Fort Lee, New Jersey. Greetings to you, Obi, and the crew. I'm enjoying your show. Thank you, my brother. Ohemem Boache Kweku, Granite City, Aberdeen, Scotland. What a city, Aberdeen. I was saying, what Aberdeen?
Near UK.
Yeah, Aberdeen, UK. It was Scotland. Order. By UK, the other part of UK,
yeah. And Aberdeen. Of course, Central London. And the last one over friends. I go watching to them there.
Go watching, don't carry me out.
Yeah, but Central London, yeah, and my call I think twice, yeah. Or my call twice.
And I'll go visit it. I'll go back camp.
Me call my brother.
Oh, brother, what's a Central London?
Yeah, my brother.
And Obra Whisker.
Oh, yes,
Central London is quite expensive.
Yeah,
it's quite expensive to live there. Very, very expensive area to live. Wow. Why are there?
Said I'm catching us. Okay, US as a catcher.
How they own corner, but UK they work corner. That's fine. That's fine. Now, United Arab Emirates is one order. Okay. It will be a friend of Fujairah. Oh, UAE. We didn't say Dubai with UAE, and we will UAE.
Dubai and Casapana is in Minya. Yeah, me construction. Kakra honum.
I want to say a hot one yedding. I will share here. Okay. Visa on arrival in tea. We try to ticket out ticket no so nche da nye hu sa usika sem no de you can usika sem nche da nyina se bede meko so be madum na wode mekwa aba medi ho dance pa abedi ho dance abedi npa kronso ho dance no me say open within Ghana they are meet my sponsor oh there be say Ghana they say me ehfa de se benko all the system regions if I call system regions I call the best twice or thrice in the at least Ghana there ya kadi ya makombiesi so when I come no kase so akwese ne by next week we try to anya Emirates we go Dubai
at least yeah Emirates neja we try back to back
I mean consider America I can surprise you
Philip possible
I can surprise you I can surprise you my brother I can surprise you Charlie somewhat things or Norwich Connecticut US of A Diaba Yakubu or Calgary in Canada yada say Mabel Love or say hello Elder Obi, I'm watching you live. I know I would get all the top stories here. God bless you and your team. Thank you, Mabel. Robert says, live here in Germany. Love you loads. More blessings to your crew. Collins Apia Minka or North Wales. in the UK. Tony Sainz was Staten Island in New York, Bay Street, and Osei. Yadamunina Ase, we thank you for your commitment to the show. Thank you and God bless all of you. And it will get started. And then semi go up no sono a doso. And yabetri yambo na yafano one after the other. Na yatimi ashe edi hon enkomo. For those of you who are aware, NRA, the National Day of Prayer and Thanksgiving, so kama. And the president has launched the 24-hour economy initiative in the 248 plus 24H plus. That's the idea edaso really. Inti yebesheni edi ho enkomo kakra and because it's a major policy initiative of this government. Inti would have a conversation around that. Sansuna illegal mining is still on the front burner. Osei enkomo akoso in the last few days. Minu akwesinsia wa haone the national women organizer of the NDC ono ane bossa or the minerals development fund and onino edin komoma interview has since gone viral in semi pp muna kwesi wa ha yene no ebedi ho enkomo. One story in so a trended from last week into this week the Greater Accra regional chairman of the NDC and former MP Adentan Honorable Ashimo. I mean the story no and say on a Singaporean businessman be akoye agreement be say ECG contract being semino bebre ama the Singaporean businessman SU Wesiu Ashimo in Ghanaian court human rights action pursuant to Article 33 of the Constitution. I say o kind affidavit in support of the motion now. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. Ain't so far Singapore businessman side of the story is out there. Among for the home come, especially on social media. Yen shared NTA from the side of Honorable Ashimo. In fact, he was out of the country. Cancer Ghana. He would be on the show together with his lawyer, NAWA, na anyone Edin Honorable Ashimo, to get to understand the side of this particular story. Now, questions are in because a border on political party financing, contract award from ECG. Papa ne say we abusing the human right, we assaulting no. Just say in some no be when you read the affidavit in support Charlie, some crazy stuff in there. You know, into idea was say hwene etimi edi hu nkomo ye pa. And that's what we'll be doing in area Munshanenso. MIA. We had me here some segment the bebremo na afi we are the akane the atwa so akwesi now officially akaba.
Me na so bi. Boko there.
Adam now also
good.
I think sir straight away you know Galamsey issues are trendy in the last few days. Only Hanabisi Edin Komo akofa nsem bebre na ba say excavators be or cast excavators na yera.
Okay, if I'm to quote Honorable Dr. Hannah Louisa Bisu Kotea, what you're saying say as part of na saying ne rounds no operations na warrior.
Yes.
Omukopie biaya omotimi ajeje excavators best of 40. But looking at the time na omukọ no na ye nwumre kakra. Na omukọ no na omunni low bed. We say low bed no any of the pick
any of the swa excavators the corner sure.
So what they did was say omekọ na ade achia ya ba for the 40 excavators. But unfortunately on their part ombe na ka 7
into almost CZ 40 excavators
40
and omudi kogu baby say you need low bed into ye ko ade achia na ye low bed
na ka
7 na just 33
in ho ye penetrate akoya anyways but as to say one ye dija no amane be na wobo
okay
and na hwan mo na be faaye musizi ne sen I believe say no answers need to me ba it will help in
na oka say omusizi ye no keys to sa cars can excavators ni nyina no na wo mo ho ana.
Okay, so what she was saying is say
yes
Omujama police for no. It was Obeka who said one of their tours no. Only place in a confrontation.
Sure.
It was because of that.
And what it then presupposes they say keys nini bibi omo police for.
That is if we are to go by Sanchre Mune dia. Then it means say na akudia police for no and penny for no. So I believe America say I think for us to say excavators are here there.
Yes.
Kakra. To say and I know Asemi by near can say containers there. I want to believe say excavator here.
But earlier this year no now environment minister also be
yes.
baby.
I don't want to also about say about 40 excavators.
And also Ayira.
And also Ayira.
It will cut to Niboma we are looking at
77.
77
73 years for them, yeah.
Excavators.
That should be 73 excavators.
From 2 appointees.
Yeah.
Okabumua 73 excavators.
I know didn't me percent me mediatum say Ayira. Say na no container CB and American was me percent mediate is called ultimate catch excavator Ayira.
Na Hanabisi ni raid no koye no ehimfa na ehin.
I know called Western North Ashanti. Yeah. These are the areas I think say of visiting for new region. And I say as part of a community BBC and say so sector minister aware
yes
of Anamutu to also know by the act. Act 912
Minerals
Development
Fund Act.
Yes.
Okay.
And no actually ejuma potomo ye. So she suppose to say the sector minister plus the presidency is aware say she has to back on such. Then I follow up and say do they know your movement? Say Pia and ne Honorable Hanabisu are sorry and me call Ashanti region, me call Ashanti region and me call be Asante Mampo. Or say no dear to be honest, won't be country bia. Just wakoyaba.
Na meaning say untrusted ne colleagues na
one can't entrust but no one say e bia na wan hwa na nkomodi ebim no bia okasa no so hana kwa be kram say okwa Asante Mampo. Wan hwe no bia ti no abedi ne bone. You just also put yourself in that safe zone into yes. And I'm one more obia man but okoba the sector minister will brief him money away say say na me ko when makwa akoye 8 years I think say
she defended the fact that as part of the core duties
that is it
the raid no ko any na can the duties
oh yes I know because no say omu ye development de mining communities
yes
now say ono aso amfana ho anyimu bi e galamsey na situ na how much will cause them to undertake a development in the community no because of galamsey te be ko chuta kosoro but we share the 20% of royalties na bo mo nchen na yes start we crowd man the stool lands na enyes ke bi ye yes ka kese is one share am manage ni ye na one so better office inquiry dispensation obe wie eche no obe kwada bibia ni account that's why she make a reference to say obe na account no 0.00 cedis now after see a bona man say and before ready account anymore.
Yes.
But she also believes say maybe some investments be at me cost maybe some to be at me cost to secure and near be a bet me aboa amo modwuma mo ye no e bet me to mpon a e fa no bet me yen ska more e dey ye adwuma but as to say that should be the way or not yeah people feel say she can be part of the exercise in combating galamsey but she can't take the lead. You been feeling no yes because they are up they are catch chain in them catch chain you dealing with galamsey so minerals commission MIF OBP or have anything to do with mining piano you are part of it because mining music Canada support office is one me getting rid of galamsey for na keten na ebeha the bigger picture with the small scale and the large scale so she believes say so also the who gym e secure my environment no e clean say ne okaso kotu ensuo e de ma e bia central region bia to galamsey e ka bia bebo e de tu ensuo no e ka ne nkwa ni musa as compared to say ye da so ye galamsey
okay
yeah
okay because o share act na enti uze ye was short title ye long title say o share long title na or say the 920th and 12th act of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana entitled Minerals Development Fund Act 2016, an act to establish the Minerals Development Fund to provide financial resources for the benefit of mining communities and for related matters. in the date of assent near 29th March 2016, passed by Parliament and assented to by the President. In the first section, section 1, no, establishment of the Minerals Development Fund. Also, there is established by this act a body corporate to be known as the Minerals Development Fund. The fund may, for the performance of its functions, acquire and hold movable property or immovable property and may enter into a contract or any other transaction. Where there is hindrance to the acquisition of property, the property may be acquired for the fund under the State Land Act, blah, blah, blah. And it clearly, the long title, Mayehu Nyoma Fund, but our case and for related matters. And maybe everything she's saying can come under related matters. But of course, I mean, I think, number one, Sisi, unfortunately for you, the Ministry of Land and Natural Resources created a common secretariat to coordinate activities of the fight against illegal mining. And no beboa because a disjointed, all over the place. Into who name omo the any sanctioned, omo the any sanctioned any other. And I wish for all the other agencies, it would be a fight way, they should defer to the secretariat. Now, secretariat don't mean coordinate at the end kama. Because again, a business away, one appointee, obviously with very good intentions. Say okwa kutu anamon enso the akofaba. Because Sisiano, the collateral damage from your actions or inactions affect your buying because excavators ayira 33 no mu ka kire MP before say excavators enya ataban etu ayira monso mu die enya ba etu ba ebia sankeye secretariat na ekoye saade we with proper coordination near there they could have taken custody of Nyoma mo season kept it well na ankoye we ni low bed and afi ni ekope low bed aba ye de ekosi baby ye ba ya de na tu ayira and all of that enye good for the image of government, but one person so na akwa na deal with obviously with very good intentions, but yes, akwa bone ediama but they should look at
we say na we no kra to before kra say onabo hanabisu be to adamoy they also had 4 groupings of national security for and no site and we free one away aba and move adodo na so ska dey so mojeje
Asempa
and onabo hanabisu kra kai say one of Omo operation bakom koye. The guys had wanted to bribe on the boys, And yes, a cow, Timo is kaketwa, skegu, no, to say ska, a mu edri pa. It when you be obedient team say, Messumi my Ghana. Obeji, what Jordan, it just only hope said that almost friends say. The committee na minister
a baby secretariat. I mean,
so I think similar to Professor Frimpong
Boateng, something like that. Because Professor Boateng na interministerial. When I'm not too sure interministerial, I think it's a team and kasa or more the real job. No, sir, Frimpong Boateng no ministers and a former committee
who plays a role
in the fight.
And
a former committee and Omunya secretariat and Charles Bisiu Edano secretary for. But I don't think it's an interministerial committee. But they have an office and everything to coordinate, the fight against, because one thing was our appointees ni say the fight against illegal mining and not just for the optics, ni showmanship. It's a serious fight. Because the guys in there, you treat them as terrorists, rebels. If your mono once they know, so this is how the country sees them.
You have to
be extremely careful. Your baby, I Nyoma for showmanship. No. It should be well coordinated, well planned. Soldier for Dima Shama baby I come because we've been here before.
Obi a you see, but a corner. And then me catch the honorable minister for lands and natural resources.
Yes.
Say when nyaman fwa e bedi no kre e de amawa. Obeya ya enkwesiaga. Eti ne manfo na ono mo edi ekon nanim no, especially police for no. asogyafoɔ no obi bia no ebom yaso anya no kwadifo a wobɛyɛ wafamu de bia minister bɛgye agu and omo no mo ekɔ so kan kyerɛ wɔn so sɛ baabi a yɛduru no yɛpɛsi agyae de galamsey no na afem panifo so a ɛwɔ soro no enso nyintum se wɔn ma asogyafoɔ ne a policefoɔ ne brɛ no ɛnyɛ kwa because me se me under na nado dan kwaku fado mini soja pani bi pa no odi ani mu about operation Vanguard ɛtwe nkomo ka kyerɛ me sɛ obukɔ nguram ane enkrofo kɔtotutuo no ɔgye excavator ne ba fia na ɔtwe na bɔsori ba akwachi meba na excavator kɔ na ɛgye no ɛsɛsɛ ngura foforo so the question is to be ko na abrante ka kyerɛ sɛ menyi teko na asempoa ɛna megye ya anka mo ntome ba me wa ye bi besi enkra na sɛ bia krokesi mu no pani bia giska ne asɛ jama excavator no go back to the bush as a penifo edi dwuma de show monsa ni no correct right from the minister, right from this so-called office of the president, call from the president. See ye ni no correct amfa ma ye ho na obi ekokwoye say okay mumfa mutin kwaje ni akwaje aba ni de be sifie ni ye be sa akọ ngurum na excavator kro na assess ngurum a omukọ magisika. That was why I got to a point na fa soja for nya compromise. Afoka che soja ni say uncle peacekeeper you say there be opegalam say ko be makam ko hwe edume bi na mafo tue sika ne de etu ay galamsey fight
operation halt
because it can wo honum e che eye peacekeeper na okono ni nyina say empanifo compromise wo ho empanifo de dwuma de na show mo sa no se bi eye nhwa ma ne ma bi form so ase eti soja ni trase hwe say men kwanam ne kogura topre because okoye se no okay etutu ekoso no wu ya se bi enya lo se bi bu se bi kronto ke kwase wo nko awu ko na pani be tenka be hu seka di so a fight in obi no credit so no credit free fight ni mu a and I want to believe say enunti maybe ama Dr. Hannah Bisu so eye careful no because obi ska wom
sika de bi
so aka kire no say sika kukuruma ne mrante na mante no da na o machiri kire o no no o chi o di that is why she's working with a lean team sika wo mu pa to when you be a my ho do e woni mu a to adwem
wow
when you be a my ho do pa obi e woni pakro mu a to adwem enya de befa enyina de ni akɔkyere ko e befa so e benya sika e de afie do wodom e de akɔ sinema ni John say sameja fi gold board some say they are going to scrutinize go the free small scale over go the free galamsey for them eba and be boa and discourage am for so from galamsey because o to go no end that of wa e be council go the enfant to ade e wo shop won't go gold enfant contract campaigns gizem ba be di fufu obi anton fa ma sa para se e betimi aka kire won say yan koji galamsey for gold enfa me fresh small scale for there oh
yes
because as I see be twem obi and at least your average of amount of gold e betimi anya free as I said so. And so obi kuta 25 acre now kofa gold that e bro 25 acres so the breya o say to me question
true
because I said ko be hwem be 25 acre na be 5 acres mu pe and a gold na kasa ewo two quartam gold that a year new month mu de e bre sa me je visa sa me menya gold matimi atu be 50 ounce o there be o say sa ko echi na hwe obiem wasase yesai
wasase nkwan
o ko session da hefa jole kasa before economy say gold say betimi anya free mu from this period to this period see anya some find a way to discourage amanfo from this illegal mining obi ebekoto sa
and now I mean it's clear to every Ghanaian say this fight na nyen tokwa ye de partisan politics enyen tokwa ye de propaganda and echo now it's clear to every Ghanaian and we all now have to say hold on a minute, enough is enough. Let all sit down, come around the table and see how best we can do. Because if this government in opposition ever thought say in Tokwa now they have a rethink. Say hey, say now they are near teacher and near free say easy because I about livelihood. Among for livelihood, it's a serious fight.
When it comes to party supporters,
yes,
and this time I mentioned NDC party supporters. akwa me when na do dan kwaku fo ado ne MPP aban wo power make us as mo say yenyi amanyo sem fa free galamse koni mu
Asempa FM
me di what
then we catch us say because we MPP ni went from MPP nti but the NDC be sound say enso na ni atiana 6 months you say kesu anything say ejai galamse a 6 months o say kesu anything eti no see nyina na oka no o say nyina go back to the drawing board ye catch us say ye dia ya amanyo sem enough is enough. When the bit me catches maybe do at least you press the stop button. Ya man yourself ya doso dodo. Ye nyina yitwa pefe pass adia ye ka wasemi. Say ya fa no kredi anya dwuma entimi maso. Me nyini say President Muhammad fese ensuo ni asai. Me nyini say any fese and ye ka say 33 excavators ye hu na tira kwan. Etine so ye NDC nia. I want to think say you have a rethink. About galamse na na odi ya man FM. So now can genuinely because of it say aban betimi ye bibi and aban ni boapayo etiso no wanya fine. But we catch him says aban ni abre so betimi to galamse say di 1 week dia and ko betimi to 6 months ni. Ya man no sam ne moaye. Amoaye efficient watwe. How many years did it small scale a ban small scale mining?
2 years.
If I saw the baso.
Nothing. We were back to square one. Nothing. I mean, for 2 years. 2 years.
Small scale mining.
Supposedly, say a ban is small scale mining. It's not an easy fight.
Say you can't say baby you do no. Because an MPP NDC and Asaji boom. You almost say it is a say it's a MP for now backing for
yeah, matching on who be CH.
And now NDC for now the main uncle. Because on and part what power
to be anti me fan and sanka
to no to an NPP naja why fast akwako ro and akoma boys it's a Korean ya come one country boys and say moon free quiet brain to mo moon free and so the so near man ko say NDC na also it's NPP for be kagumu saa and NPP na also it is be kagumu saa ye nyina one day be no matache o krum ha oh hanabisu call back oh so na China for no what to pure water free
oh na say no there
and one no but no tie krana se no so no anafo ne fimu no de akwakosi awiem ama atache no atase kakra ase otimi asani anom what think kan ya NDC MPP dem wo yemabo
one other agency in so because at the end of the day adia ba akoso e ma ne ye den na alternative livelihood how de be ma miners no. Well, yes, usini pano illegal mining. Onyai. Ojai no kotnefia okoye den. It's the elephant in the room. I was here confronted. Because our man an alternative livelihood. I be man either equal or more than the na onya from mining na. You are joking.
Obi, to be honest, say not even the salary of President John Dramani Mahama can equal how much a galamsey get from site.
No,
not even the salary of the president. The issue here say
yes.
Near the emo
yes.
Send yeche amo binsa akanedi. Yakofa and the people kofa way by the nap mekubika odano say
community mining.
Yes. Why am na near do community mining? Because community mining ne by say be share anan ama ne wo lose na e bia ka yon kwa concession afo ne obi meka mom na mu nyina mo nkwa na mu nyina mo enche
and it was abused.
That is it. And na meka no kredie ye man ko say NDC na power eti e che de ma NDC fo nko a MPP fo bi so mo so ye galam say e de be tiese kwa ye abamba all of a sudden obi a onni dwa da no start di dwa because na abai na aba. Eti those who are rare miners no ni you moja o de ebufu betiesim e kwaba na ne fa so na sa community mining no one na ne mo sa community mining no
into now what I've heard this government also propose a cooperative mining into almost proposing a cooperative mining scheme. I don't know if the same model as the community mining they are, but under this agency NAELP, National Alternative
Livelihood
Empowerment Program. Under Minister Abujinapo.
Yeah.
Omo Kritina Louisa. The contest here kwasi for Edano. Yes, see the Odano ye Frank Pedro Asare. Say no.
Yeah.
Frank Pedro Asare Edano. Enti na me ka say it is a very critical agency, but you're giving them the resources to be able to really. Well, because I mean, Louisa, you interview her, Emma, or the videos near the buy of the alternative livelihood project, and now Omoye, supposedly to get miners now out of illegal mining to go into agriculture and other areas. Beautiful stuff. So, project Sase, no more Jenny, dear, no more Yahu Jumani are there. I say a year, Juma year, at least, entimin yin fro crab boakakra, because enano. Schools in mining communities and Kwalani Nko school. Or no, at primary level, not school, no penintema pong, abesia kosai, because a day, obetimenya sales be 50 and 100 Ghana, Eddie Abefi. It's a serious issue. Say, I'm confronting a multifaceted approach. We are joking. The government would have to come and explain or more cooperative mining, no?
Okay.
What the model is like. How it is going to help all of us deal with this humongous no sense asasia e wasan ke didua de mo and when you said dem wura mu krom and more mu tie no ba YouTube yes over your life over a live stream na wo be hu it's a humongous problem sorry dan police you
it
a die can see any see we
to galam send there do police station now police commander
hotel we need to know the plan yes we are fighting illegal mining see a amount for a free mo but ye or more what are the alternative programs for them if government wants to come up with regulated mining schemes among some of cooperative mining we should know the details no na afi ye hu how ebetimi aboa for us to deal with this problem it's not pleasant and I know me be kan wa say me call eyi unim asaman tamfo ewo ekwan ya so kon kokko kwan so a asaman tamfo udru ha
that's Accra Kumasi
Accra Kumasi road okay udru ha sa eyi ye friend saying Shamva de hohoro Shamfine this insume omo ye wo ho in full glare well there's no well didn't wo ho in full glare
Kodi asukore ekuku kwa ho se ya ekuku kwa ho sa si amiani amra besi ba bia keka kono ebe den dia mayo enanu ana Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams ya so mdwe nka no
yes
no kan semi asem si ya kan ono manyi ne kora kan what is our national development plan and he went ahead to mention China 100 years development plan.
Yeah, but to be fair, you say a 40-year development plan. No, we have a 40-year development plan. What we've not done, and it's a yebenya legal backing for that document to compel all political parties and governments to jettison what they call manifestos. And use that as the national manifesto. Into we are buying our bar. Prepare our budget to. Because the good thing with that document is because NDPC and say we any MMDA ministries, department, agencies, metropolitan municipal district assembly. Now we are budgeter. Your budget should find expression in the plan na NDPC approve no because say adena wo budget say wo be ye wo ho no say any expression in that plan it will not be funded aban amounts come on fanye it's a good there is that good structure na ewo the only thing is for us to compel government and parties to go by that policy and only a problem
obi ho na ahana kakra so wo yes o man actim no me say yamanfo na
Asempa FM
maybe this generation will sacrifice for the next generation say yes sir with the NDPC for development plan and never year I can tell you will lose election even before the main election because the plan will not allow you to do certain things here a Ghanaian voter to vote for you NDPC plan already that 40-year development plan now. And remember, one more politician. Emma crime and also near the Ghana for person or mote.
Yeah.
Ejina so me de to abade ma. Ejina make us manager and quantanai as you say. Either this generation we decide say we are sacrificing everything we have to develop the nation. Because abambia show say be free power. Eti amanfo kan kwe sikeni kwa so den sakobo kwa den sakobo. No the ababe ye because of a vote.
Yeah.
Eti ya hwe do elections time and I do the swum na kanie se kwan so hwe ni egu kwan so. And can't buy budget more, but because of election. NDPC report to be able to say, a do election time for press a control so quiet. Ye Ghana for na ya didn't say, ye pe capital investment. And I ye penny be said in your num, says ye. Or may be in wa wunyanesa. But MPP ni NDC for to open to know what to make can no muncha. So one no pedia and who can do best first or second class country. What to mean your capital investment? Now seven years can be no num. And it will be a sub one is a watch a dance be as no. Oh, quite a combat to baby. What do Timothy sit down? As compared to so records to me, I could pine and no do some pepper and a person sit down and consider be bracelet and Marcos in Sia. A be affected no. Baby a Ghana Jina and no Obi. Baby a Jessica Semno and to be sponsor. So share the 2025 budget of essentially John Dramani Mama. Share capital expenditure. There is a car a day a Gianni and come for enum. Because what Tracy will say, a time came one near Pierce Cadudona Casa de Gufom. Yes, the Gufom see a touch no.
Yes,
it is canning your projects were formed. Near you to me and ye, it's less a canny amount for Tom. So we're planning a budget in such a way, say, after Hanama for a common and scanning about one near Kasakasan, Munye. That was the same game plan the President John Ajakum before. That was what do that not one bank be up about piano. But now you couldn't count some capital expenditures and their cost and His Excellency John Ajakum for. Minkaswa Nebi. But if you compare that to the first of John Dramani Mahama and another Dan Kwaku father, you see, so when it comes to capital expenditure, first of John Dramani Mahama and another Dan Kwaku father, you have massive power, man.
Yeah.
Akwanya kwine, airport to airport, school to school. And so money you also anya to man country that will say, or man see kase in the tier.
They bet my yeni.
They bet me yeni. Yen to me the fufu. Near San Kosi school dying. So yen choose between. Say, Sebe did it 3 times, and young country will say because a person a year money yet no, you did it once. Near Pessia Quampa Pentino, young way, then they can you send you credits way and penfono after a year Juma, near Boye. Because there be a maker, there be a better side because a tighten your betting piano, no one at us was it.
I'm more tight, some belt, a bema, can be black. I was
tighten your betting be up a bem, one moment to swan on Esre. Just want to be a maker. Yes, and no credit, say, oh, yeah, Juma. I can't even one more or see it in the mouth. Now, it me one more Juma etumpon. But you see, the politics among yourself, no, I say, oh, Baba Save. And 2 per month for a dear mea. Dear Nanka, first of all, catches a barman baby a meda. Fu am the year to marry a metal. And your service Nibia.
Appointing in 24.
That is, we say, I buy my baby of you bedo. Nippon will be ordered 4,000 cities a month. No, or no one is cannot do tofu. Or no one cannot do danka. Would you fine? So there be your own continent now, be the traffic be brain. Abbas, my dog cantonment. Rocotina a beer a airport. Tell them. Was it for my sacrifice? Because was it you are come to serve?
Or bet 20 fuel for a Juma oil within a crowd.
Obi,
and as I say, Minister, they be also called Bolga, and also called Wa, no 124.
Obi, may say, and for sure, what you might ask my
me Busao question.
Well, to me, or Yanaka,
on 124.
Yanaka, because what's the war barber sum?
Okay.
Eja make us say, Cow barber sum, can you chimpe? Oh, Baba Sum no, a Kayeni chimpe. Say be a gun and need to one us war sacrifice was eh, and po. Just a minister grace of so many for Caribbean more. Say no man is any brabber. It means when you be binam fan supporting. But so will be made 4,000. None betray light bay, betray water bay, betray a rent, maybe to fool. Bibi ko fa trotro. E na dia ba adwuma. Na so de wonya we nyina pepepe na sa still ya ba agency. Ni ye sell running at a loss. There be na by na so call ye. E dem ka say yes, no krokwa mama wo do so ye bi ba amama wo do no. Ye be so mo bo mo bre na kwa kodru hefa. And hefa na yesu abo ye bra no so akwa kodru. The sacrifice when the average Ghanaian to sacrifice. How much are our political class no also sacrificing? Tell us your sacrifice. Yes, you children, yes, you bet me idea boa.
That's true.
Sikeni o manimu. And nana meka, me tonam, e me dinna dwom. And no crescent na nema boa ba fom. But sikeni krom e de to ade. Sikeni krom obi. Sikeni krom ye de to ade. Obi odi twa bia be ka kire wo.
Se sikeni krom se say.
Se enyema ye ton no. Aba fom. Ade ton aba fom.
Se amanfo nto ade.
That is it. But
even when
yes, nema boa fom. Yes. Nema boa ba fom pa. No krom ka kire.
That is omo ayo ma on better see omo de yeso no.
Oh, bebre na become for example. First na auto chicken.
Yes.
1 kilo. Ne betumi ato ma be say 48 45 depends on what market there. On a competition aka say. But and our own be say 45 43.
That's imported chicken.
The imported chicken, yeah.
But say ya kwa say imported product on the market no. E bona ba form esen inuane a eno no ye grow ni locally no.
Okay.
You understand? Okay. Into emo foreign rice.
Yeah.
No. E bona te. But omo eton era no man here ka omo eton toast ne banche ne bayre ne sane man. E da so gina de be.
Okay.
You don't understand why people are doing
that. Me share that enko show them better. Maybe am work control so no.
Mostly for the imported stuff because at least Oko Porter when we say there's a reduction in the duty and it only makes sense over transfer onto the country. Yes. And no be ni but say etua nkofo ka etua ka ana ye ja ketua
una se kroma se no e kan no credit akire mu a say office of the special prosecutor na adwen so be ts me we so be how you survive on your salary 95%.
Enya ketua nko
99.9999%. Omo maka no e ya se nya ketua no moje 99.999% omedifo. We don't survive on our salary.
The lifestyle audits now.
Oh, yeah.
Assembly BBC.
Now OSP na kasem kwa no beka.
OSP na
kasem kwa beka. E kroma de. Se nyakopo anya wadmu anya boafo bi obeso nsa. Ana obeboaboa nkakra obi. Obusu nya katua. Oh, David Wadwin.
Tiskani krom.
Ana busu medu ayi opa bosu no na skani nyina se radam. Opa bo enya se bia se obo akotwebra o. Opa bosu minim na skani se ram. Neko.
But sir, it's also true, sir, as part of government's fiscal and monetary measures, no, some releases, being payments, be a what's a cost, no, have been put on hold. That's a fact.
Okay.
You understand?
That's what SSS can you.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Let's send the amount for
near Mexican Ebocrum, no.
Contractor for of course. Those things have not been done.
That is it.
Yeah, those things have not been done.
And also this Kakesiano. And yes, salary na yejeno.
Yes.
Skakesiane pani and ye echo a contractor for no name. Omo ye nyuma kese like so omo jiskali free. Aban this kede ma assemblies. Skede ema wemo. Omo na be spending more. Aban na kaso be spending no ngase on case kan fa mai.
Yeah.
To aban the biggest spender. So no spending ya ko fed way.
Ko first way.
Any asem no.
That's the
same thing make say yes finance minister on balance ni yes ene ekokama fu obo is most afina em say court bet 12 Ghana cedis Christ say
12 me who story so say 1 Ghana cedi levy on a liter of fuel no 16th July
okay
aban so obeshase implement
but once okay 16th July next year the second pricing window for the month
yes
medenka aban sister also send the president mama di kan maybe no yensa monitor ne makakra yensa monitor
ne ma se to kwa no
ejai oh there be you see enam no kase fu obu okosoro
enne
yes ekosoro ekosoro o make fu also diesel
and I say fu say diesel you fu na diesel no ede na so one casa petrol and it was fuel and the fuel the generic way for Nina. But I would stretch more. The dominant person say petrol, which is also a fuel,
and not dropping.
And not dropping.
I'm a diesel cost.
Diesel na cost.
Yes. Okay. But let me tell you, we dey binya.
But we so a diesel car no use. You na cost ro cost.
Monitor space ni kakra.
And some of the one Ghana still living.
Monitor space. See, the reason tia and penfo bo modern ama isi kasma be do be edu nyina ese. Ese Ghana for Ghana this year ebo camera bi a etwam.
Yes.
When the dollar was around 16 cedis to $1.
Yes.
Yemi say ye dollar sha say enya stability. Pato boso me asamba.
Sir, I think it started a month or two after swearing in, no.
And I shall say a drop it. Okay.
Yeah.
A canna a jet for a ball some time back.
Yes.
As a result of said dollar no issue TN. Sena or Moitier. Swemmington.
Yeah.
Because what person or man phone here or more. Or say o market space kaka. That was why I not a man a jet phone be one more reluctant.
So I'm betting you
because person was steady trending no. Because ope pro say see na kwto say kim no ochina be ko na sa pagyan mu a won sika na de kwakoso so de akwakoto nte so na wo de ma ade tonfo no tem ka se me de ka aban man homre kakra yes sika aban yes ka there's no two ways about it aban yes ka but so pese amanfo no otom kakra nya stability kakra e wo ye botomu a e ka na ye boy na mo kan ho ye kan ho sembre bi atwam no se ye bo ka be se ba 1 year or 2 years ago na katem sa bosumi be say enum enan entem me de atemika ya me boy enfinhia me enu a enya possible enya possible tina me ka say abampen for san hwe petete kam kakra.
I don't know the feedback omunya here from the stakeholder engagement how mo here if any. So my year me name the kind of feedback omunya here and why government still thinks the
levy no pass here.
The environment no conducive for the implementation of that particular levy. If it's the case, omanya buy-in from stakeholders, ni na say, oh, what failure, mubetimi implementing tina, abayan adwen say, despite ono the way back, so hold it on, no, afi omuba be implement here. Let's see. I mean, 2 weeks from now, we'll see how our new but definitely it would have an effect on. You know, the price of fuel and the on the market.
And then say petrol nam say 12 cedis I say. It's if I say na kwa na kaye adwuma kan na the petrol akwa kusi 30 no.
Yes.
So
say it depends. And then I'm a bit confused when the minister says so we implement here emma fuel bo enkosro. You understand? Omoka say nya de omanfo ni be feel emma fuel bo enkosro.
Uche omo no de no. The minister no ye mistake be. Our comparison has been with when fuel was around by say 15 cedis.
Yes.
That's why I continue to say Ghana phone can baby as a to fuel 15 cedis. Amamo mo chese ye bia anko ya metre me ko to fuel 15 cedis. Ebi mo to fuel 7 Ghana cedis in their currency. Ebi mo to fuel 3 4. And so be the nyane anopab da baako. Ni ka se to fuel 1 Ghana cedi per liter yempa na.
But I also share the reality so. Mamini kujo upon there was this argument in Parliament, debate in Parliament on loan facility be a buying person and 360 million World Bank. I think it's the second tranche of a 900 million facility. Ain't the minorities view and they say the main rationale behind the loan as a buying person more diverted the quiet nyoma foforo. You know, may Honorable Kojo Pong Kromenin, ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee in Ghana's Parliament. Honorable Akwabe Ekosiisen Suni.
Obi me jo say ten.
Adom na unso e.
Onyankopon adom me ho ye.
Yeah, Danyame asentian rami hu a video of you on your feet and I will debate you on the floor about problem amu as a minority with the $360 million facility. Now say mo issue na nkasa ye den me pacho.
Answer na me ya no ma men caveat say issue 2 ni na no it resolve boy but what they say ma men chiro edi kan facility na aban no de buyer until ye floor ye jim ema omoji atum
Asempa
oman a loan. In fact, at all material times, almost a financing facility. No financing facility. But there are different types of financing facilities. The Osei ye budget na ye ni bunkum ni nimfa. Ni bunkum side ni na ye financing. Inti ubetumi finance adebi through tax revenue. Ubetumi finance adebi through non-tax revenue. Ubetumi finance adebi through loan. Ubetumi finance adebi through build, operate, transfer models under public-private partnerships. Ni na ye financing. Then na omude kata ne ba parliament no. In fact, before then, finance minister joint statement on the World Bank for issue here. Almost a financing facility. Can no buy no your first issue na ye come market na to say. I was saying could be here juma in the sense say a loan. I was saying mo kano kra mo waye ni kano kra say mo bobosia $360 million. So it's a $360 million loan facility na mo dia ba parliament. So we say a $360 million financing facility. In fact, no central point be we no more catching say kaya nchire sa nko mo kra no omu nim say loan. Into the first issue na ye draw my attention to was the fact say a loan. Na the thing here say we can no credit say loan say you be a annual public debt report. Annual public debt report no under PFM na ye pass no 2016 started the year Juma 2017. By 2018, and for the first time, you can say, appear be a finance minister, emfa your report on debt, emra. And no crown and cover money now, because there's a principle in national accounting, a hidden debt. Under the debt transparency framework, Robert Miak now say we are finance minister, now we are buying also Yendeka. But now, Ubia ye instrument you baby a bit crystallized as debt. It be a contingent liability, it be a guarantee, it be a actual, it be a loans, it be a state-owned enterprise, we are co-signing. And until there was a come on credit we a loan. So that when we are doing the annual public debt report, I classify it as a loan. And now buying a buy, one become a loan. In fact, we show that paper no so or say financing facility. Into an open cry, corrective votes and proceedings, be a kata. But the actual international eventually we had terms near being a loan. So they admitted it more or less eventually say a loan.
But
so now we are sure say
but where was supposed to be a second tranche of a facility and a more multi negotiating money a buy. Why was the nomenclature not changing? Are they
good? You see, no crane say any other man before or more politics be when they were in opposition. And it was their right to do it. It inured to their benefit. The politics be it ma yehu hima it bu yehu finia there no problem. So mo buy no e yo mo din say omo be gini me bia tum. It is a wo say yen yakobo besia na bro so yakobo besia to the extent to say in the last days of the administration near to me the loan facility be ba could be 250 be de ba mo say there be mo ma yen lay na say lay a be tokwa wo chimba ho. All as part of efforts to whip up the energy ahead of the election. So Uber Power now one of the first major transactions, a $360 million loan, that's why they have changed the nomenclature. Parliamentary way, they say loan agreement, and then quite the matter sample for almost say a financing facility. And see, we have to spend time to call it out. Any assign time says, "Sana mudi levy by 8% on fuel." Mushe da beg that Ghana for say 1 cedi per liter. Ghana how on the top petrol 1 liter. When the top petrol 1 liter. OPN inside there more 8% on fuel. But again, because of politics, amuye yintine mo dense mo beka no credit. Afi mo ba na mo change. Brofuni bi. Okay, then I'm about to make catch us. All the taxes are to insurance. So, none the before that conform their share inside her baby. I want to share with you. I will say to say 1st July, that taxes now kicking in. They cannot move them. I will say to say, I kick in. It be baba. But this was the first part. Second part, then they say, loan no sa resilience program no ni na 900 million 900 million no will use it bebre it is a whole quack draw down na only World Bank board they agree on specifically how they call it we almost specific no catch World Bank say omo dey quack kutia eka they're going to pay contractors into almost cabinet na cabinet memo no so no much say the 100% EBTR contractors. Omo do parliament no report about floor no. Okay report ni baby say the EBTR contractors. Okay next paragraph 6.3 no say there's no specific project to me up to do. The entire find there no strange in say in the past no. In fact from President Rawlings time, obeti so omo bo one road there be in that time no na for so lad near very popular roads because over and over again they be na list specifics. We don't buy specific BNO. Then they now went to the next paragraph, in fact the next two paragraphs, to say but the benefits may be a climate resilience, poverty reduction, bakubi, I'm saying you sue for bakubi. And also say more diverted at the end. More diverted because the 1 year clear say who you could yaka and in which case who catch and say who could yaka and first can to sinking fund. 1 year clear say who you could yaka now they are to sinking fund, Munadia could yaka cano and be reported to Parliament or Neta. Who they are doing to consolidated fund more. It is said they are already ensure cap bako egu ankrea ensure a woman that abafra. If you be now this kana goods and services. ODIS our poverty reduction in Kikani at the end, and that contractor for Legion Hostel. If you do not divert it, then divert it, we come back to Parliament with a report. Omni Kenya or who we do, baby, I'm saying any young kind report, no problem. Yeah, then say in the end, because we stood our ground, Omuji to Muse, Omu report, Beba. And then secondly, they will make sure that the entire 316 million is used to pay contractors, even though they didn't attach a list. The contractor list no abba. Isn't say contractors be brio wa ya ma omajuma. There was in yes. Now when the revenues are not performing, now the tax biba krana nkofo kotia tax now are suspending near the next penny wa contractor and the waye ne dume wi the certificate aba. O si yes ka kokotia no. And yen na is in our interest say you be follow making sure say that we say be kokotia contractor for minimum contractor fit or down kochi Fonse, Piti Ninase, Kosu, Edubiase. The certificates are by Osei. Gideon Boako not he just got up. Fiti Boma, Ekotepa, any Impetamo, Aquino near their contractor certificates. Contractors be free. And I was saying, making sure that there will be no diversion. Na that kana kwa kutia contractors. And it's out in Komobia and no, but China Mekan, Yama Minu. You to me extract a commitment from the government to correct to
pay contractors in the road sector.
In fact, later no energy sector contractors near their account, they refuse to commit to specific list of contractors. And America says first, there's a specific list that is attached.
Yes.
President Rawlings solar road. One road, you boss our roads because it's specific. Ukoji loan na specific. We still on for specific number. But my committee say contractors. And the returns nebeba. Now for you through whether they applied it for the purpose or they didn't apply it for the purpose.
Okay. Away from yate say Abain decided say in 2 weeks time, that's 16th of this month, on the start implementation of the 8% increase on fuel, and I say 1 Ghana cedi on each liter of fuel. 16th of this month, on the start implementation. BB are now more expected.
Edikai, mumienya sa omo attempt to spin it now. Mo peso be actually no say 1 Ghana cedi per liter. Ubi anto 1 liter petrol. Me pacho 8% levy on fuel. 8% on fuel. Etosumi no, omo suspending umprenu because omo assumptions ntia omo de buy no. Assumptions ne say ne bo ho kokko first time no. Eno na e for so assumptions ni nyina ne na so. One of the assumptions ne say global fuel price forecast no be stable in the medium to long term into the tax way ba be shemukura Ghana for ehunu. The other assumption is that tax way the bakra fuel prices and kosoro. Two ni na no. Senior you can your press conference right afterwards no. A very obvious say assumptions meanu ni correct. Ba ko ni say global fuel prices eduada na ye press conference ani e ka say who need control was so it is say wo de wani akoto say enu nti no wo de to for beba because you think it will be stable. Prices not perform on the world market amagana fo nya ho mfaso wa ha wo je Ghana e bo won sa for him say wa petrol price abafom but wo jitu say because on the world market no one of the factors is say fuel price about down to be 68
Asempa FM.
Enuntina prices about down in Ghana. Wo say no about down into wo magana fo nya ho mfaso nyina enti wo de to e ba be shim. That's a very costly way. I was say a week na ye press conference Monday. There 2 days later and sana Israel and Iran at any buy prices they shoot from 68 to 74. Any money mu ya. Sa 68 to 74 no. Enya medu how. Afina obi ba be kra sa particular batch ni bi maybe aba. Nti no na ba be do na price na kosoro. Even if any issues na go down, my price na ba down. How do you know say next month and sign cost review because of something? It's a very volatile situation. Anyway, one. Number two, so what do we need to so say the iron what the shemua and increase I'm say go back force a day. Bulk oil for no. Who say omudi kan your calculations ne catch on say some tumwa yes you be 8% because my assumptions ne correct. Moma to say prices so for transport fares because now fuel prices are bad down. But only we ba be kan ho yes so e beto so. Many can say in the last pricing window na or more expect to say e be bad down. I'm say go up by I think 2% or something. And I'm what Robbie.
Yes, 2% no was for that's for fuel you mean?
Yes.
Sure.
Akosoro ba ku biomo. Enti dia wudi bay we sure pass a year medium to long term and mabio. Now say time babio ma ube ye fi wana we are creative volatilities in the tax revenue lines. Budget so they also predictable. No be to me the nenia to so I any planning. The net tax will hold suspended next 2 weeks near the abane there. At the incoherence ba at the volatilities ba budget planning nemo. And until I am about bank or say, 8% on fuel no, a baby no insurance on Baba Kain. Didn't I was suspended in premium because the first warning I am my na was say Asempa Kodono, a bemu. What cost was obey insisting a wire down the line no, a best sign up them if you are buying things. In fact, you suggest to say, a buying take advantage or by media. Now on review. Fuel levies in Nara. What's the history of fuel levies? I did you Ghana has here. If you walk around poor, a car say you yeah, whole analysis. Many Collins, Adumaku Mensa, from economy and energy committees. Yeah, whole analysis. If you walk a chia canary, so still just a tax on. And nothing is here buying taking advantage. No buying a whole view. Na rather no. M1 a simple, predictable model. And then auto petrol almost 25 to 30% of it air taxes. Almost 25 to 30% air taxes. In think buying only about no my review nina. And yes, petrol the other tax to so transport fares eventually a costro. A costro a dear beer a foka say Adriani, say Tadia, say Nipa, and also the cost day. Ebe caution die de ya ba ban kokko sa ban tia ebe bo nyina o ka so ntia ye de betime ani say ye be show quality alternatives no ama ban ehunu senka wo ye ni say ya enka ebe bo nti ho na ta break ye gina
honorable ma ye na se bibia ni a ye be san ba bedi nkomo bio why
me patch me that nyankopon kan ho
yeah that's a pa kojo upon kroma MP of Asia Yerebi or ye ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee in Ghana's Parliament. Asempa FM Sony Ekosiise Ndwumedie and a wutie 30 minutes after 3. Me hear some segment and me Osei Bonsu me ne akwesinsia ya bomu a ye de bremo and sembebre na ewo ho. But I think we have to move on to other issues.
Yeah.
Na mensa ka some reports be from Tema Port.
Tema Port.
Yeah, Tema. So name Tema Port. Yeah. Tema Port. Unze customs for no.
Yeah.
Ye wo panyia. You don't find the sector commander for Tema.
Yeah.
Aha. And I say omu nyina so omu nyina wo GR mu.
Yeah.
Omu panyin commissioner
general.
Aha. Na me tete say ase Tema Port no nioma bi ikoso wo ho a sector commander no ase o ye nioma bi a ja ani ya yenyan report ni bi no chale a e be ba na e akwakoye nso se commissioner general no the control of form kakra
commissioner general
ase
like
on exerting
the powers no
to chale
fine tune your mawo
there
be because
it has a commanders na one the him no ubia ye say may a king in my territory in the commissioner general na ya akwakoye ceremonial be say hotel enkoyi because reports ni be eba and some of the things are the sector commander for Tema you know
what Tema habo
enya de was say sanka a higher authority bi wo ho a
control system
controller obetima yes anioma
no there be any because 24 years because we be Tema habo dey say even 10% kura we huna man no that any because say so hard in the so
because some of the things are me tetene reports ni bia be damanim issues with staff ni bi ne chale enkoyi
no there be
enkoyi I'm surprised commissioner general with all the powers are on mine the amano
o be set sa powers no not where they
say omo ye free corporate eba so no KPMG
corporate be
o say no KPMG
obi well ye just see any ka o man sika sem ekwa betimi afa so enye sika de abu o man ye eye tax saudo a ebai eye sika audo a yeji enkaka de free taba so shedina bia na so de obi akoto de se wo ya de betimi ama taba so shedina bia sika sem ebe brase na fetu o mamu Ghana nyina ne ye to se o ye corporate person to wantra ho
on say the make say omo a unso no nye your core politician and omo fans on GRA commissioner general it requires us ahoden to bite and to back
it's not about you to bite it's about say share the amount no and na dey adwuma
nioma metete from Tema no enkoyi
ahoden no enyina unompemu
enkoyi because
ahoden no kuta
I think sector commander no
away
wakari unse chim yakase wakari
akari on say
wakari commissioner general na ho say o
esrofo esin in nanum no that be no you say pen for
it me I think say the commissioner general should stand his ground changes e was say ba wo Tema Port
o say ba
e was say eba na on mine no
enya faso
because Tema Port na ye the fulcrum around which GRA
oh my Ghana financial breadbasket Tema Port
everywhere you amate say sector commander ni din Theresa Potake
Potake
unim no what's the din that Theresa Potake on sector commander
Tema Port oh there be can to go into say Tema Port emejingu
me I think say because ultimately so man penyin fa phone so on you be din komo a who commissioner general no be frɛ o
that is it
ono Tema commander
on be on pen number correct
who commissioner general commissioner general no wa mama wadwuma no say one step up na wa anya nioma was sorry some of the details no on radio mean to me fan yeah, some of the details
sector commanders as commissioner general you're supposed to ensure say obia ye adwuma ama adwumafo enwa tomo am so to me give you their best to the nation na so we betwe adwumafo kanko e de akonachi am so feel reluctant to work so man benya so fa so dia as a commissioner general yes no untimi tase
because for Tema Port be different be akranka and but Tema Port is so critical say
apply okra dey akede eche kakra Tema Port obi Tema Port na
Tema Port is in the GRA commissioner general should step up now he should onward off some of the corporate posturing but KPMG Debbie where Ghana Revenue Authority mafia wo hono
tax se obi no wo tua tax wo sere o
mafia wo hono
to amwani amre amwani ayedea
okoye KPMG ne ma no wo de amase be fa
obi na make we kra
KPMG
awon na obi ye ka no enya hodi a uno bi kwakoye anababa yo obi a on the KPI
exert your authority
so KPI no e won hihye any say obi a ofom no tia na to am na tena see also attendant na ya then you
pick the person what you boss
that is it you obey your man benya so faso na yehwe enya ba obi personal interest your man benya so faso e no mamu nyina ehwehwe
in your on step it up I think he has the technical competence and everything but ye do call abayadwumam like the GRA now corporate too much
again
ni ma be fa was India was say on fan the nancy from na
commissioner general ye ka ho bi ne betena na manfo bi call so ka say
ye ka say da bi he has the technical
competence ka bi am say betena ne ko no tum na ye hwe han ye ka bi ma wo say ye wo gidie e wo mu ba bi a wo free ba wo betimi aye e dire nyina force say wo betimi aye diye to permanent control masabio
somebody under you should not take control and as a rubber shoulders
fantasy form what in yesu UPSA
and me who story and I didn't believe it initially until say me who video no lady ba kwa na branch be air channel no and I said no na ye indecent dress na there but lady no how was he indecently dressed but Osha jeans and now Osha top ne back saying no it means that slippers na shey na indecent no
yes we see
slippers no
say be students here na to be orientation here e dey my no
yes
e be shey am funny serious you see school be on
me ba obi me say me nya ne ye
dey na person nya ne ye
slippers na shey lady na indecent na
wo ye case by case
na say video am hu asam ne ye ka say dey me hu ye me ntimi nka dey me hu
me nya the general view ni enwi
case by case there is a video out there a man was dragging a young girl the young girl I mean who in the video or she jeans trouser and or she top ne back saying and or she slippers
okay sana hu ye
sana me who in the video and na ye tune that say or you be omu so ye indecently dressed
ye wo susu ye no
yes
okay
and I'm say e den na ye in any video ni vi obi a o tie ye bia amra mehwe
okay
lady a o koi indecent dress na ye dey
okay me nim dey tie lady omo ye
na be we indecent dress na ye dey slippers na she na say jeans no
kakra me nim about
ana mesh na wa bo no
kakra me nim about UPS say omo ne ko fa professional dressing e ba me so be career tell me ye Institute of Professional Studies near
but you see any Institute of Professional Studies
university but you see
okay
the fact to say Abaye University a ground for growing old age doesn't also mean say oba je share wa hanom no
is say bayin
and show what me say uko UPS
yes
na so obeji atum say obesua de UPS your dressing should be professional
na dey ade what is professional
dress professional
and no ye dey ade
okay so
what like bro for what is professional
so like the accounting student
yes
omni say Monday to Friday
yes
I say black and white is not man they watch studio
yes
anything beyond that
in the accounting student
you see
menya professional course with UPS
it just say the end here
yes
start to look for case by case and I'm so maybe but I'm another case
no I understand you
yes
but the American say once you've broadened your horizon see you are doing humanities programs and your professional programs in Kwana meaning so more law faculty for law student, black and white, a requirement. Okay. Every law student will UPSC in him.
Okay.
Obi no call law lectures or bed dresses say. Maybe I'm a law student, many accounting student, many humanities program.
But the entire school is
dressing way, and then
the school is say dress decent.
Now decent they are
dress decent.
What is decent?
Obi, what for UPSC?
Oh, what's the operational definition?
What
of
for
decent?
UPSC? Now let this see and tarry almost shadow call lectures. Well, rescue one of that. Obi be soon. I'm on my Canada.
Me high when
me have an income because me on a me fa.
Akwesinsia.
Me hunu ni America. The kind of dressing.
Hold on.
Yeah, my you want to be specific.
Decency.
And they call lectures. What UPSC?
Tobo. Decency is subjective. Unless say, because Ura Makola, Ghana School of Law Makola, orientation. They are your orientation. I'm a student. No? The registrar of the school where Babbage now. In fact, yema a man for more on confer yema more dressy bage na nim ho. Ne a tell say for every law student back camp ya obema o dressing say na was set etie. Oba udie ni. It wo ba wunim UPSC no. Say obi ni law faculty or UPSC. No dressing here prescribed. Oni wa accountancy asem ya okay. And also dressing here prescribed. Na me ye humanities program or ha. Dressing almost and dresses.
It doesn't mean so we humanity course into Koshata. I say,
I say, girl, training.
Game quantity.
Let's say, I channel.
As one almost specifically only gay Indian qua. Not game quantity, a case to cry. Obiacho didn't cry a dragon.
But it is the video accompanying the story. Almost for in this
story by.
Say again.
UPS for now catch or say. And the xenophobia dressing indecent.
Yes.
It's your true mass.
Now indecent here.
Indecent to me said the xenophobia said na because uncle who here. And xenophobia money be sent taria belly. No for cry go on them. Now listen lecture him.
Oh please.
Say please near.
And I make say. Until you get to a point Ube define in student handbook. Say you can't decent dressing for a student to obey lectures are saying it here. How then do you go and enforce something when there is no clear law?
It will be assuming without admitting. Just say impose says, "I say be a credit books one more."
Yes.
Or Babet me address.
And I'm saying decency is relative and subjective. What is decent to you? No, might not be decent to Benghazi.
Benghazi, Mrs. School no.
School saying.
School na catch
say if there are no laws, what are you implementing?
School is not and shares no. They are trying to
Is this saying?
And she said dress it properly.
What is properly? Properly,
UPS or metro.
Come on.
UPS.
Come on. You cannot be dragging students on campus.
In
the handbook.
Ladies be dressing my belly or for hobby.
It doesn't know entry or more video.
Maybe your mom can capture. So video was in your school to try. We will not do the phone. I have your man capture.
What is wrong with this dress?
Hobby. Why are you dwelling so much on that to make look at him say you're not dressing well into your dragon?
She's been dragged.
But let's find out the answer you're dragon. Oh. But me say indecent dress.
It's a university for crying out loud.
That's not a place we go show a body parts.
Oh please.
And you're not a place to show your body parts.
Body parts.
Me say me student ni bo UPS or mo kwa class belly or mo fun go one number. And you see my lectures no kwachina sa e ma yonim en kwachina there to confuse the lectures.
Oh massa please.
How do you expect them to function?
Please.
Now, you compare school one more. Let's just say to me, Chadia, and your students.
And I was a man, okay. What excuses now, man, go for pedophilia tendencies? I remember more excuses. Be
because we be cotuma now.
Me patro now, and I won't mean Chadia.
Me say because of so what dressing. No, bam. A bit confusing lecture.
Obia send me memo.
Okay.
School no memo.
Yes. It read memo no.
Roxanne wa homanis one.
Okay.
Roxanne train me just 1 minute me ba Roxanne here energy ministry PRO. Say me busa no about 8% way na but memo ni office of the dean of students.
Good.
To UPSA students.
Okay.
Date 30th June 2025. 30th June here enrich here Monday.
Monday.
Subject no dress code of students for lectures.
Okay.
Dress code of students for
dean
lectures.
Of student too.
Dean of students.
To the student.
To the student.
Okay.
Management is concerned about the indecent dressing of students on campus, especially during lectures.
Okay.
Students are reminded that the university policy has not changed. Not changed. No, capital letters. And no bolding.
Okay.
And the dress code policy will be strictly adhered to.
So there's a policy on dress code.
In the Omonfa policy, it's a public interest matter. What maybe they should have included it in this memo. Dress code policy will be strictly adhered to. You are therefore reminded to keep abreast with the provisions of the dress code as stated in the undergraduate student handbook.
Yes.
2018 on the university's website.
Okay.
Good. Ko university the website. Mon download the handbook no enfama misisi.
Yeah, dress code side.
Yes. With effect from July 1st, which is ENRA 2025, a task force will be positioned at strategic locations on campus to enforce the dress code and bring sanity to campus. Note that you will not be allowed into lecture halls with unkempt hair. Tio, in the essay unkeepy or hair. Yeah, my own lecture hall. Shorts.
Yeah.
Wash a short. I am my own lecture hall. Bathroom slippers.
Okay. Chelewate. Yemfam lectures.
Track suit.
Okay.
Won't mean track suit in lectures.
Yeah.
Anklets.
Okay.
And my anklet. But that's getting a bit too far.
It's not getting too far.
But it's not.
Obi, Missy Ukwa.
Tobo. Anklets. Nose rings.
Yes.
Etc. To mention a few.
Okay.
We uphold our mantra, scholarship with professionalism.
That is it.
Signed Office of the Dean of Students.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh dear, me reserve me comment.
Okay.
Me say me own handbook no. Me own handbook na would start the conversation from there. My meaning komo enwie. Lawyer. Okay. Roxana home na take on. Okay, and they will get him back. Nafi, yene natwa so. But the Emeka Biano would be within the context. Say we should make sure, say we recognize, say we a university. What is decent? And I made say, Omama a sneak peek into what decency looks like as far as the university is concerned. The concerned.
Yes.
But I argue, say, based on the Omaka Wahe, unless this girl is being dragged for some other thing, and yes, had a way, a decent dressing, on she shorts, on she chalewote, or she proper and mass slippers, on she chalewote.
Yeah.
Ain't say other people dressing a young who but this dressing in this video is not indecent.
It
is not indecent.
Let's find the story behind this video. Maybe you know bet me aboye am ye hu me go bi obi na atwen video bi and on one the contest be e dey atoso and watch say maybe bia this because of this because when you university video when you university video when you video akọ University of Professional Studies for website I'll be hu and akọ many of their social media pages
me legon you almost see what the end Asemba.
What Valley View
sorry, university, please don't draw that one in here. A religious institution, you can't draw that one into UPS and sorry be university. Me patron. The Valley View example is wrong ab initio. It means starting at the then opposite.
And university.
Minkas and university. Okay. Sorry university.
And
it's different.
It's sorry one in
absolutely
good. It's university UPS on
where a public university and sorry university. Osei.
Me say
Valley a private university. A church university.
UPS want to be nyanishe.
Minkas want to be
nyanishe. It can dino kata no the master jafuna.
Yes.
Or refer omo to say there's a policy
on dress code. Handbook nibi.
Yes,
you cannot be dragging students and who in the video, no.
We see
in the name of indecent dressing. When this dressing clearly is not
indecent. Let's find the story behind this video.
It is the story. Story I can't watch me. Please. And this whole thing about say and Kolani be dressed and man lectures in Timin Chadi and Yadeno. It is bunkum. Any argument also be bunkum. Untimin Chadi. Oh,
we cannot gloss our eyes over something we name say reality.
Oh, please.
Yet him yenim famuso. Yet him yenim famuadia. Yen yenim sadwe no correct.
It's a university, for crying out loud.
That is why
it's a university.
It's not just
subjective.
You see, it is not just a university, it's a community.
It is.
Every community has its own regulations.
Yes.
It's not the only university in Ghana. You chose to apply to them. Opa and you go through orientation. You had the option to opt out.
Because comments are informative from UPSC. From Nkofo Kasa about dressing. No? Mainly dressing I will call omo hostels area where a man be the name ho. And you necessarily omo dress no they call lectures.
Omo kind of call lectures once.
I get it.
Yeah.
But they make us the amount for say you indecent e UPSC no. And you dress na nkola they call lectures.
There be omo kan was.
Because I was unim say Ghana School of Law our campus with UPSC.
Yeah.
In the mirror part 1 or Makola no.
Okay.
For one whole year hona me call lectures.
Okay.
It is a call lectures are. Omo lectures are you see them. I mean omo dressing when any lecture time and you mre onam hono omo na momanim hone ade are different from say nipa neighbor because the law no eka about dressing for lectures. You understand? We should be
are we saying say the dean of students no ehunu that indecent dress no the call lectures no issues are the way.
Oh,
it can also be say be a school money ehunu student be here kwatena se bia address on the call.
Yeah, but
the university has over 3,000 students.
Omoka bathroom slippers.
Yes.
Banan saying word Crocs. Say unim Crocs.
Yeah.
Oh, unim Crocs. Mpa boy friend of Crocs.
Mo ishiro mochi. Papa mo chishiro mochi nana. Ah.
I mean that there. That be
mo ishiro mochi nana.
Mumba Crocs picture. Per Crocs picture never to na cuisine.
There be no Crocs asem.
No, me busa.
Dean of students they say and Pabua Ben to be fan college.
Or say bathroom slippers.
Simple.
And I make
Crocs asem.
So be Crocs and now on call lectures are. Eh bathroom slippers.
Eh bathroom slippers ana. Bathroom slippers. The dean of students need specific. Or say idea want to be shame fan collectors and your bathroom slippers. Oh, person walk across and go across. And as you have too difficult.
Richmond Roxon wa homano so council akwa about to say.
Na nyamia
Bibi aboko there. Nyamia do me hoye papa. Edi kan manya you know my kind online story said Minister Kase on the 16th of this month no Moberry introduce the 1 Ghana cedi levy on a fuel on a liter of fuel no no cre say 16th more start here I implement it.
First of all no, let me thank your producers and also say good afternoon to your cherished and on 16th of this month, which is the beginning of the second pricing window, the government of Ghana has decided the implementation of ESLA as amended recently will be effectively implemented. Which what happened was that before that, now your 95 pesos on petrol, we have 93% on diesel, and 73 pesos. That was the amendment that was done in March of this year. Now this new amendment will introduce 1 cedi on petrol and diesel. And the reason for the introduction is to deal with the power sector shortfall that largely the liquid fuels that anchor the electricity tariff structure. So yes, I can confirm to you from 16th, we'll proceed with the implementation.
Oh, okay. And on the 16th, no, semi-core fuel station, semi-kobu fuel, and then what am I expecting, me pacho?
Oh, let me give you extra depth, and let me take the opportunity to correct inaccuracy I could drop on from put it out. In the first place, he made a claim saying the last price revision, fuel prices were up by 2%. That is false. The last pricing window, if you check on the various OMCs, fuel prices reduced on the market.
there's not a single OMC increasing price during that period. In fact, we share some OMCs like Star Oil. Prices came as low as 10 cedis, 74 pesos to a liter. For some of their stations, they were doing 10 cedis, 99 pesos per liter. So it's not accurate to say that price is not controlling the last pricing window. If you look at the trajectory from January all the way to even the last pricing window, four prices depending on where you were buying this, averagely was around 16 cedis or 17 cedis, depending on where you were purchasing the floor from. Now, in the last 9 pricing windows, prices have seen a decline. And Kojo made a claim that the prices had seen a decline because of drop on the international market. That is also false. We share the average prices from January till now are averagely around $700 or $600, depending on the products we're looking at. It's been averagely between 670, 680 or 700. The cost of 1%, the perform around 2%. It's only the last few weeks that India crude oil prices go up because of geopolitics and what has experienced. So that is also an inaccuracy I wanted to point. In financial trajectory, the prices have been down, and as of now, some filling stations are doing 10, some are doing 11. Almost the price of more published recently is around 12.7. Sorry, 12.07. If you do the comparison, you're looking at a reduction of about 5 Ghana cedis on each liter. Obi are now spending 1,300 cedis on fuel for 70 liters a few months ago. Is now spending 800 Ghana cedis on fuel for the same number of liters. This is simple mathematics that we can all do. And no, Nama Abayno is to see the opportunity to plead with the people of Ghana. Say, we share the challenges in the power sector and the fact that liquid fuels and tariffs, we should take the opportunity pleading the people of Ghana to support in order not to see a very high rise of tariffs or electricity. Because it was either the government to go this way or electricity tariffs to go up by about 68%, which the president and the government, including the minister, found on 10.
Asempa FM.
That is why this levy was introduced. In the next pricing window, if you go to the pumps where fixed prices remain fairly stable, the Beko Shokra and that's the Bakoma will be marginal because the indicators are fairly stable. Share exchange rate now is still around 10 Ghana cedis, averaging around 10 cedis, 20 pesos. Share prices on the international market normally you use crude oil price, you use the Platts benchmark for diesel and petrol. Share crude oil price after the commencement of this window crown now above by about 13%. The prices were around $76 per barrel. Now you're doing about 66% per barrel. And if you look at the prices of petrol and diesel, it's also seeing a significant difference in price. Looking at the indicators, we don't expect prices to shift drastically in the next pricing window.
Wow. Ain't the narrative said because generally fuel bore abafom. Ain't even if this one city is implemented, your pumps na the same boy ton is betono. There will not be any impact on customers, no. Sanebesi from July 16th, Echo.
Oh, I think that a lot of people took that statement out of context. And I will plead with you. You can go back to what Dr. Atufo said on the floor of Parliament on the day it was passed. What he said was that if you look at simulations are binary. Now, the government was not expecting prices to go up in that window, even with the implementation. and that in that pricing window, prices were supposed to come down, but because of the introduction, the prices will remain same.
Okay.
It wasn't a statement in perpetuity forever. No, there won't be any shift in price.
Okay.
I mean that's not feasible. Once you've made an introduction, there's a possibility of it going up, but there are other factors that you also have to take into consideration, because and not just the levies and margins. You also look at the exchange rate, the performance of the rate, the prices of finished products on the international market, which you look at crude, you look at diesel price, petrol price, LPG price. So that statement must be put in its proper context.
Okay. I get it. Meaning, say, possible, say, from the 16th, following the implementation of one Ghana cedi way, fuel bobe kosro kakra at the pumps, right?
A possible price between show. It's also possible at the time the price between about, because if you look at the other indicators, the time is so, and then we are seeing what we've seen within the period. The prices can come down. If we are seeing what is going on now, that's a thing is now cost up, then definitely it can move up. See, the next fix it will remain same. It's possible it may go up, but it's possible it may remain unchanged, and it's also possible that it may drop.
Finally, stakeholder engagement. Moye se mo be ye no maye. Omo amunu wonhia no ama manya buy in for mo se munya implementation way.
Inia, what's the stakeholder engagement now? Before the introduction of the bill, during the passage of the bill, during the assent of the bill, and even after passing the bill, the government of Ghana, and the ministry in particular, engaged stakeholders. The stakeholder engagements were wide. It engaged all sorts of stakeholders in the system. Osha, the first one, which was Kuma Kumurezi issue, was not that we were against the passage of the levy and as its implementation. They had concerns that because the levy had been introduced, depending on whether we're a top customer, and I said we used to bond that, it had a possibility of having financial implications on your business. So they had to put in measures of that check to deal with that. That was the issue they raised. Now, subsequently, the Ote Kuma Community they even commended the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, the Ministry of Finance, the NPA, and other stakeholders for what they described as constructive engagement. And the impression that the government did not engage in stakeholder consultation is not accurate. The consultation has been ongoing, and at all material times, Asempa and I say, issue here now. The ministry is always ready to listen, to deal with it, and over the period, a lot of concerns have been addressed, and the people have given their buying support for the implementation of this levy. The people recognize the difficulties we find ourselves. Once they look at the issues and the justification, say buying taking a decision, the people of Ghana will support you. And recently, we should move down more analysis and also more pull from where they say that the people of Ghana are in support of the levy. Yes.
Musa Dankwa say Ghana for in support of the levy.
Oh, meaning say about the poll in India. Definitely, you do something. You cannot get 100%.
Sure.
But majority of Ghanaians are in support of the introduction of this levy. Because we share the purpose of the levy. The government had two options. Overpay will be 68% more in electricity tariff because the government is adding liquid fuel cost to the tariff structure. And now say overpay will be tier 1 cedi, bit by bit to help. The short will be crowned to over tier 1 cedi, rather than go and pay the 68%. So that is the engagement that Bayern and the stakeholders have agreed in the circumstances. So this is the best option available. And the government has also said it is open to listening to views and alternatives if at any particular time we are improvement but system definitely will take a decision to review, and we've seen it over the period. Abra first implementation time is showing issues. No, the government held on to the decision. The few Israel any run assembly by we're not sure of the impact. No, the government took a decision to observe the market as directed by the president to make sure say the gains that have been made within the period, no, it will not be lost.
Okay.
The impact was not felt by people because of the decision by government.
Very well. Laura, my say, I think the point is well made. Bibiania, Yabesia Babe Jinche Mobile. Why? Medasepa. In the Richmond Roxon Esquire, or ye spokesperson and head of communications, Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions, and yete se on AD and Como. Ekosiise Suni. Ehaya Asempa FM. Intimene akwesinsia be wrap up enche na yene sawunim chairman Ashimo.
Oh yeah.
Ashimo.
Yeah.
Former Denta MP.
MP, yeah.
Greater Accra Regional Chairman NDC. Hey, Ashimo. Hoy brutal. Indiane on a lawyer eba. So what in Sembe make it round against him any other. You say a man opportunity on the side of
Singapore
the story.
Boom. Singapore.
And we're raising some of them very, very serious. Bengazi must send them pictures me nubi a crocs. Me pesa kwisinsia ehun crocs said ye sit na afi yehwe and me kind comment comment I make am who say man for bebre na e be support me be so table me any are normal but my point I making is say, and I've made my argument I say crocs in here.
Okay.
It is a meshewe and they call lectures Neomana Dean of Student Nebo Bonsu say bathroom slippers where you bepam I didn't hear
bathroom sandals
where your bathroom slippers as a man okay
Obi
and yet when I make back
yeah.
Black one
University of Professional Studies
or
mepamo and yet chinchine ache say open university akwa UPSC me patcho ente sad na se
okay
and I'm school
and you say
sorry and school go do level 400 na catch us say sa dress code she wo ho ura level 100 na e ka oni me be ba no
sure
e so ken carry na so office wuntimi a. Then you go back and ask administration, what's your mother? You withdraw admission.
But that's what I'm saying, sir.
And she now school ndi go akwem untimi ni so.
When you tell students what not to wear, to take away every form of contradiction, tell them what to wear also. Because Saokachem say Emma share bathroom slippers.
Yeah.
Now one can which other slippers are meeting me asha? Say me Crocs and your bathroom slippers.
If I say no crocs, I'm a wear slippers in the bathroom.
That's what is in the law. That's what is in the law.
I'll not be at the opposite side of the law.
Yes.
I can slippers.
Yes. No. To make sure. And law school example.
To make sure.
Say register image now. Not or catch them say Untimin shewe. Now fe waba.
What is too difficult for you to follow a simple rule?
What rule?
And what is too difficult for you to opt out when you think that you can't follow?
No, and I'm saying what rule are we?
The rule near say.
And my men share bathroom slippers
and bathroom slippers and my lectures.
Good.
And ocean. Wouldn't pay fema tibua and uni ebisa questions. So we are mishi a bathroom slippers.
Why was a bathroom slippers a chalewati?
Me say
Crocs and yet chalewati.
Do you pay say chalewati or mepam? Simple be. And no more jetchin. Now who see school?
Because I want to believe, sir. And nuntina mamisa video ni because me the only video me argument
the video
this video and this video no the young girl is said to have dressed indecently and I make a tell say there is nothing indecent in that video.
Minim ni Paul ka say girl dress indecent.
Nothing normal channel.
Minim the empire ka tell say girl dress. Minim the to be ka say girl dress indecent.
It's not fair.
And na kidika ka say video ya hu enye university na the video ne buy.
Yes.
Obi na atwa and on aka say the caption atoso. So me tell. And e kura me no me ni bante go betimi aka say fire at Asempa FM studio. As Obi battles out with Ekosiise. You be caption. So le mention. You be caption. It's not to be heading back that crowd. But school in Shani say we are the swing in Nasa Oba from the early stage of level 100 Nakasano. Who be at the back page of your book de mana. There's a share one more. Atade also share. Atade describing us in this. Because Obi who rescue one maybe
then the dean of student and repeat. Unim. Maybe the answer kwesi. When you give discretion to people, what's a task force? And more discretionary powers.
Yes.
If you are not clear in what they are going to enforce,
okay, do you know what happens sometimes? Sorry. Most of the students now,
yes,
you draw mono.
Yes.
They are not level 100 students. Most of them are level 100 students. Yes. Now ask yourself, say, tell me the character say, and she no more can was some neighbor. Before we best one and no honor. It's a level 100, level 200. You drag you out.
Yes.
Now go to level 300, level 400, office what be yoga. It's the name of the school is saying, "I friend, I work better." Say, "No, that is where the challenge is."
No, men can't so mumudi school. Who say, "Me start car say." Say, "Wa man yoma anye clear am a student." Say, "You can't indecent so far." What me who say for law students, no, you were prescribed attire. Accountancy, you were prescribed attire. Or more akano, you share them who are prescribed attire. It has to be decent. The dean of students
say, students then no more drag them out. Yes. None of them near one more level 100 student. So ask yourself, say, I didn't the Nipa no course one them now. Now science you want them no level 100 yam pam. Now at level 300, level 400, yeah drag you. Yeah drag you because this office will be your gap.
But that's not an argument.
It's an argument, Obi.
Come on. My mini Professor Isaac Boedini Nkomo, or
lecturer,
or a dean of the Faculty of Accounting and Finance.
Okay,
good. Prof, akwabe Ekosiise insoni.
Oh, Obi.
Na apomu ye dear, Prof.
Oh, Obi, we are too much. Obi, you too much. You too much.
Prof, we are brutal.
We are brutal. We don't come that we are not German. Many do cry the whole day.
Now, Prof, the question is simple. Accountancy in your faculty, no, more prescribed uniform be more na. And so they have shared the general school rules, no.
Obi, mention what here for na mention on crop also studio. Before me answer that question now, I'll be talking about to begin keep going and Kabeboa.
Okay.
Let me say. Yes, no be a human rights ya there ya fanyagro. Your school ha, your law students or ha, the child law etcetera. And the UPS professional university now, ya nipa human rights and fanyagro. Afi matu hono, afi hono. Ka o question bisa na mat share ni neso.
The substantive question and it's in respect of our rights said you can no or more because you who say at least for a law student there or faculty of law or black and white and or black tie or be said their lectures accounting students will be bisana
university no yenyimu say obi emrafu ewof faculty for and our law to different debi university na ye wo ohwe policy e wona ye wo senior ni power ba school no school akwala oba no dressing I was a decent dress now the ba ye more admission we are admission ya clear a type of attire mpaboa ne also to me say aye different at the school Nemo law school for no ewo a prescribed uniform or no omoshe. But the general students population e wono. Obeshata there uti kra obe yeno ye wo a decent form I was say the school no. Na mean kind of here for some say university ne a professional university. Na yen training nkwala somo omube kokroma na ombe ko adwuma somo ko padwuma ya the same attitude near the
petrol mohana sa na osom de call ema company me form enti obi ba na se sebe obebo de ja okwaponti an sa na de be call yeso ye ya wofo teacher for wa so wo mo Friday ofie enti ye hwese awofo nkwala nom de mo abre yen no ye titie mu no ye be make sure say ye titie mu ye na me say ne wo koma odi eye ne si enedai ye say mo fra ba ya almost school eye first year for say almost school the second year the third year fourth almost wie exams almost fie enti enne almost month ni almost extra my first years na obi men kan chose men kan say bi say nan say yeshte ye school yi sene mo free address the school na obi enyefe obi tno hu obi oba school na pabo shene chalote ana so bet no ene atade ne tunya waye no obi tme kojira bonte afa na onu no retreat man sana be school obi tme ba school sebe atade ashena ne toma nyina go abonte yen different my so senya sebe wajum na account now dress for room na one dress year sebe unti mo ho de just on na krom keke teacher phone ne bigina onim etre wade enti ebe fese awofo de ne baba school ebia na awofo no wo hu sa bo phone and dress here no baba school because it's omo wholesale omo is be a sebe omo wo ansa no baba school ebia na ko fifie na eba na awofo betima ka se akosi ana ajoa atade ma fanko besa so baba hostel no say a 2 point bi na uru school mu a me hajin enti yeso if it this next week e come there last week na be sin no ye mo modia na nkolai sabi ya shentade na mo che no because a professional university na we pe bank adwuma ye na wa bo wasun wa yo ti basabasa atade o shekra no brazier nim bibia nim no da ko dza bi so okopejuma school benefit why see UPSA enyefe enti ye de na se mo fra omukita ye no sabi nyamsro kwanso odokwanso ni diemu yetimi chiro se akosua ajoa atade we de kosistano the sanfa brand and the exercise ye wa hano eye afutu ene kwan ye fa so ye man fa de fa nko classroom ti call the kosistano nefa ofo nefa bra ebia eme say ye no makasa the point be enti asene nkoye ene exercise ebia obi ye mom call class ye wo bond the wo so one dress ye over a period of time ye more 2 warnings 3 warnings eti mo akotrafi eti bia nka operative from na bia na ya second crofo be akotrafi it's an indecent dress and what
but prof ain't my the thrust of my argument really and it's say be gonna make kind memo na dean of student at the bar, you know. Indeed, the memo clearly make a reference to the handbook in the mono. And I was making the argument, say, and my argument basically was based on video via Aquavira. And you see somebody who is supposed to be one of the task force members, or she green, or drag a young girl be. Along me name say, what was our video now?
Obi sending me the brand a few minutes ago.
Good.
Now I say offer me ebia nyonko fa me no want na offer me.
Okay.
It's as a university war a communication department issue like this no. No kata. It's a kata based on the ejmo ha na ebia also name me kata. Be ma hu sa video no.
Fantastic. And na me say when we give discretionary power to nkofobi, in this case a task force, na yan draw lines ne clearly what is decent, what is not decent, and nobody will sit here and condone any form of dressing. Be so be able to dress and about. But me share young lady in the video in the dressing now. For the life of me, I cannot understand why anybody would say that dressing is not decent. And my question then will be say moka decency a den potty ena ye patre. We me who say oshe jeans, eshe top, and oshe slippers. Because Dean of Student Car said you wouldn't mean share a bathroom slippers. We slippers are in your bathroom slipper. I correct as a Fendi cross slippers. Fendi was a Ferragamo slippers been a eshano. And no and no a dana mobe cafe no home pacho.
Opium say medical can say komo ye din komo say me try dey wa ha na oni me.
Absolutely. In
fact, na same say for Monday. Me din wa ha. Some of us are there. My friends be on my faculty. And terms say you nyina na high as a deans of the university. Any other 2 years say if you are near that, I will say a decency about the faculty. A year school penny. If I say a new man in Kuyi Kaka, until I say it's Monday, Ekosiise next week, even making sure that more fun are decent for campus. Intanopa, no more happy. And the idea when you are dear ma, more fun na bus school, no more dear, you shan't idea now, Shano, then Kuya, near Chelsea, but with dear call Necos the son of Nesambra. Let me say, new video.
Yes.
I am say, Ababa wa, no, so, extra microphone who be, as far me away. Now, Uka and Pabua, I'll say, yes, say, and your only bathroom, say, yeah, the pictures may be true. Slippers, near to food be and yet allowed. In terms of a frano, not Ujana Chikaka, Omwa, I will say, someone China. When you say a brand, no, yes, only obi din komo a year lady no. And I'm Mr. Branton extend so omra non ko din of student. And now Branton also chinge no ed nako. Na gan is omra na omi who did of student. It in yesterday now our fan so was son is chine for from Debbie. Because deans well there. And the dean of student no hobby. All no then brand so omra no me kasa. One chin is all chin out na perform. The interest I do school. Now, if they are sometimes Juma ye, if they are nothing taught me, baby. If they are see and koye Juma, in the process of doing the work, think to bit me abba baby. If they are senior or chin out na con, any be uncle ye, baby. Yen till be on farm with ye to old school. Yet, say more fright, it's my dear. Sabi. Yes, sir. Unya koi be a tota. A student no. Now for you because where the say and cost and also corner. Yeah, the chopper ever. Nemo ye both tie and mister ye take to be found who is so Debbie. Nemo ye boama mofrano are ye presentable to community, to corporate bodies. And the KPMG by office, PwC by office. Deloitte bar office, omo baha near bench, be brave. If you see her, omo juma, your omo for all level 400 or your chartered accountant. Asempa yet the team of fra. Ye empower about you want to say Ankadibia Mofrano. Omo we are no money juma. Omo we are no juma show. And then over the table so a new ma air pen of school hana. And you mark it all. Deloitte, Talo, Deloitte, other big organizations. Me table so I am Mabibre. Obi percent internship, Obi internship, Obi per national service. Now you do be a survey. Only dressing, on Shenata de Papa ye. Yet the bread company be on general. You have employment for our children, employment for our students. TNT will be found with this. You have Boasem of Frano. ebe grumu ye na sabi odene pia kwabontia where the papa ama ajuma where the papa ama oban mine entobi yenye sakra ye see no be unfortunate yenti obi fa ho die so.
Okay. Prof Mate, I think you've explained issues. No, but I said yeah, what can we'll come back now for yenya school no communications for now the official position going. But I'm thinking say dean of student memo no issue you know. Our refer will be to handbook no. I'm not too sure. Say handbook no spell identity. We are told the student won't mention. But there was a channel. I didn't find that in the memo. They look at say, "Emma mean share bathroom slippers," and I was what they appear to say, "Mean to me, and yes, slippers be ample na me to me asha slippers bang na me one who quite say meshe." You know those we know.
Me among you how? Who share the student hand where memo na so sakai?
Yes.
Who share student handbook? You will photos, pictures. A chair way. Yenye we ni na wo a big book ma book per copy bit available to you.
Okay. I think I'll need copy to help going forward. Now, yeah, share in common said yeah, because yeah, that's.
It is obi you ever say na inya ba na so no sebe ye ne di nkita ho say sebe ye pom ye o me mofra na etochiwa yesre na yasra wo na yamadin so ya he it's my own.
Me patch you, Prof. Me that.
Too much.
Prof, we brutal. Me Judy too much. Me that sepa. The Professor Isaac Boedi, a Dean of the Faculty of Accounting and Finance at University of Professional Studies, Accra, UPSA, and OTZNNO AD and Community. A developing story. Nyame admit now we'll be back. By which time you bring your handbook nibi, so we take all of you through what is in the handbook specifically. Now for Yashesa de Nioma ABC. Let's hear your thoughts. 0548443523 0548443523. Your WhatsApp number no enti odo messages ne ba ye bejemre na ya kan ede amamo. Make us say idea the lawyer of Honorable Ashimo Abekansa ewo studio ha Honorable Ashimo nankasa enam kwan so a ono nso eba to help us say the medical cano the man at the center of this whole controversy yes Singaporean businessman of filing a motion ewo high court gonna human rights action Ocean affidavit in support na any nyome womu a esewani ensa wo katre minya enya the affidavit in opposition from Honorable Ashimo ba ne lawyer wa haidi obeboa yen na yahwe omonso omo side of this particular story. Any questions I want and a public interest story because we're raising human rights abuses, we're raising assault, we're raising threat, we're raising and issue about that on political party finance. Just a neomano bebre, you know. And they will say a sheni yedi hon en command sana yedi discussion segment no abremo. But ansana no mami simami unity we me ba Honorable Ashimo and a lawyer. Abe can say anyone aiding come on me best here.
Ecobank Mobile to make me say, Ecobank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it, then use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Download it, you gon' enjoy it. In my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple. Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EcoBank. King promise.
Say a kind, so we told Nioma a free useless enterprise. Who knew who the Biarada? If we say, well, 500 watts solar generator, a soundproof. Now, how who enter full beer. Nasauto gensets, our 1 month chain, what the bro, also installed them out free of charge. Ya won't ya capre, and Niji Samle say, so when the Kania will fear, and Asempa Jumamua, the Ohiana saw better solar panel, a free useless enterprise, and more someone, and a free no quiddy. A one last stop. Shoshuacha Quine, our Adrigam Bridge near 69 American House, a Champo Junction, Bawalashi, Newtown Junction, Ashaliboche, Social Welfare, Medina, and Afewokwa Dantanswa, our Ridge Junction. Telephone 0203 005498 and 0248 169258.
Do you suspect you didn't get the right amount of fuel? Do you have issues about the quality of fuel you bought? Or did you experience bad customer service at the filling station? Don't stress. The National Petroleum Authority, NPA, is here to assist you. Reach out to our call center on 0302 550 380. That is 0302 550 380. Or feel free to walk into our office located at Jowlu off the N1 highway or any of our regional offices to make a complaint or inquiry. If you experience any of these at the filling station, you have up to 48 hours to report it. NPA, where customer care meets excellence.
EcoBank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah. EcoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah. Download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my Ramen check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple. Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EcoBank. King promise.
Intimi Kwame Bampo Penny, market ya, enye insupa, na yesta ibisano, Antonswa Bobu. Esan say, me packet ye miensape. Me thank you. Emu do phobia do me. Wabombo say, say me kope tank into. Na dien tank na meta me high. Syntax tank. Dien na echepa. Syntax tank. Tank Bonsu de kita warranty bebre. Syntax tank. Na face so. Uni my favorite color no. Tank ben bit na yama me. Syntax tank. Obia says Syntax tank. Case close. Tribel tank. Shedi actual. Eye SINTEX. Syntax tank ana. Enye na be bien. Syntax tank. Eye strong. Eye tough.
Electrical appliance bay na wopato. Say your mobile phones with say Nokia, Samsung, Infinix, any phones ahodoɔ nyinaa. Smart TVs, air conditioners, chest freezer, double decker, tabletop fridges, and a washing machine, microwaves, blenders, CCTV camera, any call Franco electrical appliances. Are durable and very energy efficient. What sounds what it bonus so. Bura branch beer benwo. Nekoji electrical appliances. Eye papa nani buofu. Every Franco. Anafre 0246 422 338 and 0555 939311 and www.francotrading.com. Now to add your online. Ubet up to 40% 50% discount. Electrical appliances papa ifi. Eye baako pe. Eye Franco.
Hey, na Junior wahin. Won wie. Enche bia bass ni bedru ha o.
Oh, medo. Junior wan ye shipa o. Na what egu ne so.
Oh, odo yewu. Inti enkamo paracetamol syrup na me de ma ona no. Wan fa ma no.
Yeah, me kra me refi.
Oh, debi end ya kofa bre no. Enkamo be ya ma na simple. Enkamo de. Strawberry flavored paracetamol syrup. Ya sheda ye no sronko ama nkola o modi buso me miensa. Ekosi mfie dumienu. Eboa tu yare bi ti se etipaye. Ni anesi fifi a ne ya. Any fever. Me se enkamo paracetamol syrup no. Strawberry flavor ninti enkola ne no mu a eye dankasa.
Yeah, what she say media money o keka no ho ba.
Mo senya me kan na eye dwuma tentem. Na we hu se onum wie ye no so ose strawberry ni wo mu ankasa. Ubenya enkamo paracetamol syrup ato wo pharmacy shops e wo man mu ba bia. NK Pharma ye head office e wa Belenkwe. Free wo homa trofo iso 050-658-8315. Enkrato FDA agiatum.
Asempa FM.
Arriba! Ekosiisen, wom. Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, wom. Asempa FM. Sempanabo binebano biba binebano sempanabo obinie ekosisen nie Bonsu awo mene sempa de brane mamba obi som
Masomu Asempa 94.7 FM. Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso a utie no. Make say ade abadwafo no edikan be cancer e wa hadada. Me wo Honorable Andre Japa Mesa, former MP, secondary constituency, and a former deputy energy minister, former cabinet minister in charge of tourism and creative art. Watnase Wahadada sounds na Dr. James Kwabena Bomfe, managing editor, Emma, the National Forum newspaper, and executive director of that census Kuono Ano, Onoswabe Cancer Ewaha. Share name Honorable Kojo Edu Asare, former MP at Denton constituency, would also join us now. Edin come about first. Mamene lawyer for Honorable Ni Ashimo, the Greater Accra Regional Chairman of the NDC, Eni Enkomo. Council, Akwaba net saying,
Yomi Dasobi, Bibia Bokodi.
Adum. Edini Theophilus Tete.
Gideon Tete. Yes.
Esquire. Oh, nice. Ain't for, well, this story has gone viral, and Nekra Nami Mensaka, the human rights action, no, with the affidavit in support. And I may go through, but before now, my kind, snippet of info here and there on social media about Ashimo, a Singapore business person, be any day. You say criminal aspect, be a case, name a civil aspect. A day in a moon fast answer way.
You me that's it. You be chia it's you for. Per se me some brief breakdown about the matter. Assembly no, started a month ago.
Okay.
That was after some year now who say Singaporean so-called Singaporean businessman make us so-called because after we investigations he is not really an investor and businessman that we thought he is.
Okay.
And he my clients, the Honorable Emmanuel Ni Ashimo, the regional chairman of Greater Accra NDC, so your businessman, and he these are the things he does all every day for bread and butter to in terms of bread and butter issues. And he Oshia Singaporean businessman through the Chinese partner.
Okay.
And the only Chinese partner they be on business, they own their own companies together. And the true business Chinese business partner say, oh, or Adam Fobi na over Singapore, and also on him cable business in 90. He will just introduce them so that they can work together.
Okay.
Apparently, you know, even the period now Chinese partner no introduce you Singapore guy Mr. To you can now say when yes our cable business and all along though everything was just a scam. But
a scam
it was
on
a
the
scam
part of the Singaporean.
It's a Singaporean. But at that time no now chairman Imani Ashimo na onim because of the reference the pakuno or record or refer Singapore and once the reference is credible and you have worked with the Chinese partner for a long time, talk about business so I say will be was Singapore or yes our business no, you will not come to your mind and say this is a scam and he's engaged in this fraudulent activities and sikabi na SSA yemfama based on our cable business you know there was an amount of money that SSA that had to be brought so that at least establishes our cable business.
Brought from who?
Brought as in partners, so Chinese partners too.
Okay.
SSA they come to Ghana and establish some business in the cable business because cable business and all that. A honor, who say Chinese Singaporean no SSA onumu onfa sikano embra emma chairman no. And that is when Yehu say Sikano he never brought the money. Singaporean no were engaging in defrauding by false pretense because of the fact say Sikano that he claimed that they were going to use it for cable business no na Sikano it was nowhere to be found. Before issues of Sikana is say the man no say or say or Singaporean guy no or say or oil business. He has a ship that engages oil and all that. And he or catch here chairman my client say pay close to $2 million. Say yenye oil business ever Ghana. That one too later on who say it was also a scam. And he based on that now Mr. Ashimo yes our complaints no police regional command. And yes, I complete like a month or two ago. Already Singaporean Mr. To you can or a regular person down. He comes to Ghana regularly. And yes say the issue say we managed to convince him to come to Ghana. No, he has been coming to Ghana for the past 2 years now. Oba Ghana almost every 3 years. Every 3 months Oba Ghana. So he's a regular visitor. And because who say the issue of defrauding by false pretense and stealing abanu we didn't Mr. Ashimo we didn't take the law into our hands quickly no make criminal complaint the Greater Accra Regional Command and then they proceeded to take him to court na court no there someone circuit court remand
India no the complaint was were defrauding by false
pretense that was for the $3 million. The $3 million no was for defrauding by false pretense. And that was the first complete year war the Greater Accra Regional Police Command.
No more yes I complain because na musika bi kodine or based on the pretenses.
Pretenses because or say he is into cable business and he opesa sikano only to realize say there was not or need any idea or need any expertise or need any technical know-how about it. What he has said. It took some time for Mr. Ashimo any Chinese partner to gather evidence to see say this whole thing was a scam because when they realized say Mr. To you can Singaporean businessman they all can they decided to take some time and study and monitor the activities because you can't just quickly jump and because so police can you have to gather some enough evidence. So they took their time for a period of 6 months or so to monitor because you see scam you but they need to be sure and get enough evidence and sana take it as a criminal action. And
the amount involved was $3 million.
That was the first part.
$3 million.
$3 million.
And that $3 million was paid to the can guy.
Yes, to be able to set up business with Mr. Ashimo.
Okay.
What he has said.
And it was paid by who? By the Chinese counterpart
Chinese partner no.
Oni Asimo.
They work together. Say, yeah, almost your business.
Okay.
And see, if this Singapore is also into that
they
business,
together raise the $3 million.
Exactly.
Singapore
say, oh, they come together, bring the technical know-how, and they set up the business. Sana ni nyano, even though in the minds of Mr. Ashimoni Chinese partner, no, they thought say some genuine business and everything was on track. No, Sana Singaporean businessman ni nyano, it was a pure scam. And see, when they realized it, they had to study him and gather enough evidence. Gather enough evidence, and yes, first complaint. Immediately, yes, complaint. No, he was arrested.
The scam guy.
Yes, he was, because he comes to Ghana regularly. And he Oba Ghana as part of regular visits. No, we got the hint. Say Waba Ghana. And he chairman, make complaint cry. But of course, the police will ask you, say, let us know when you get the lead. Say Waba Ghana. And see the very moment Oba Ghana, no, we alerted the police, and the police arrested him. After 48 hours, they didn't call Dansoma Circuit Court. First 2 weeks remand.
Okay.
Because almost year investigations.
Okay.
You call back again, no. Police to say they were not done with their investigations.
In the court, let's hire remand.
2 weeks. Then we also, based on other investigations, who say he's a scammer, no. As I say, that's how come we realize say even Sika ye man no say or uncle ye sir or your business in no. We realize that one too was also a scam. And also Sika ye the man no say uncle top some other things in no. He never used it. So based on that, no, second complaint, that one on stealing at the Economic and Commercial Crime Office.
That's Ioku.
Daniel Ioku. A department under CID.
Under CID, okay.
Economic and Commercial Crime.
Commercial crime.
Organized crime.
We're commercial
crime. And Mr. Ban, or your director. Okay. So that was the second complaint. But based on our second complaint, already in the Yariman, he was still in the custody of the police on remand. He was already on remand. And police headquarters, I say, since the issues is still on the same suspect, they are putting the cases, they are consolidating it, and say consolidation cross the threshold, and you refer assembly to the attorney general. All these issues, all this time now doing say we will not go to the media, because we any media send. Mr. Ashimo is a businessman. He has been doing business all his whole life, asana or joining politics, and he say any private business na Asempa. What is the need for putting the matter in the media? I mean, and everybody knows that this man, even the former MP knows Mr. Ashimo. All those who in Parliament, only Mr. Ashimo, he has been a very successful businessman. And we didn't see this matter to be put in the media. Once we are following the procedure. Say criminal case about, you report to the police. Police no be on investigations. When they come out and they proceed to court, now court will feel say the person is guilty, the person goes to jail. That was all. But now I had to say, we don't know where this was coming from in the issue of after the court had remanded him for first 2 weeks, second 2 weeks. Now after the second 2 weeks, court I can say because they wanted an understanding, said the attorney general would take the matter up because it was a big issue.
Yes.
And the court Emma and a last 1 week. Telling the police they should hurry up
with the investigations
and make sure say the attorney general takes the matter up. After the 1 week remand,
filing human rights action.
And this human rights issue occurs the same thing in the presence of the police. Police no be to say the human rights. Are you saying that you are in prison, you are behind bars? You are in custody. You are in custody. Lawfully custody. They be say you in cells, or say he doesn't get the time to take his bath and all that. And the police don't be to say you are in lawful custody. The police you are in lawful custody of the police. Why do you keep on saying human rights has been breached? Because all this while Obia and kidnapping nobody had assaulted him. Not because as the very day Oba Ghana yema police hint say waba, and then we showed his location and they arrested him. After that, there has been nothing like any kidnapping, any assault, nothing at all.
And that is where we're surprised. Say the issues of kidnapping and assault every him. Because the very day he landed in Ghana, that was the very day he was arrested, and he has been in custody all this while. And is it in the cells or where? And we were a bit alarmed, and so we saw that as for lack of better, for propaganda purposes. Because we are Ghanaians, and once you are Ghanaian, so if you say somebody has committed a crime against you, the place to go is the police. And and we have done our complaint. Police say investigations, and the investigations is what they have been doing all this while for the past 5 weeks. And so your investigations are now you don't know court. Now court say based on the investigation we know, court will say they should remind you. What has that got to do with us? What has that got to do with Mr. Ashimon? We don't get it.
In the human rights action now file, monoma file mo affidavit in opposition
Obi, there's a procedure in court.
Yes.
Say who file application court. SSA won't serve
the other
party. As we speak, Mr. Ashimon has not been served. So if you don't do a personal service, SSA substitute service. What he has here, as soon as the file are there, they told media to what end? And then I make Mr. Ashimon say, if you really want, if the matter is in court, Adentina lawyer no any client before you can will put an application into the media for discussions because without serving us. And Mr. Ashimon say, look, once there has not been personal service and non-substitute service, court will come put NTSM no. Apart from that, it's an application, and the application means as I say, yenfa date and toso. So can application to be fixed. The date to be fixed. Date to be fixed means this matter can be in the docket. The docket can be in the court for 1,000 years. Now Assembly Campo yenfre because you have not even put a date there, and you have not served the other party. Empty. What's the court business? What file did? Of course, the court have filed. They've taken notes. But once we are applicants, now we have not taken steps to serve the other party. Now we have not taken steps to even issue hearing notice, any data. Then we have nothing to do. Our hands are tied as respondents and our defendants. What you are saying? And who say, sir, application is just for propaganda purposes.
But when you read, because on one person personally, or deposit to affidavit. No, in fact, in the affidavit in support of kind, Obonidin or car said currently in lawful custody into brackets. Into one personal deposit to and he raises some very serious. May kind of note down some few questions. Yes. For example. Or alleged say Honorable Ashimon edge $100,000 as performance fee, and what touchy exhibit because I 66 paged the whole application
66 depositions.
Pages. Because the brain I have
yes.
For example, what touchy exhibit say. Honorable Ashimon $100,000 as performance fee in his Prudential Bank account for ECG contract valued at $1 million US. Or no, says our contract was a phantom contract, but Ashimon $100,000.
Obi, Assembly no, Mr. Toyuka, he has never given Sasikano to Mr. Ashimon. At no point in time, Mr. Ashimon edgy Sasika every the whole. As the episode, look, we are lawyers. I know you're also a lawyer. Yes. Look, once you're a lawyer, where Jumano is to make sure say you impress your clients.
Yes.
What he has here. We know how it works.
Yes.
And he said, I can take and photocopy as many exhibits as possible for it to look bulky. Now I catch a can you say, oh, my Juma and we know this game. We know we have been in this game for some time. And these things they don't shiver us.
Yes.
I don't say at no point in time now Mr. Ashimon Ajisasika Efri the Mr.
Toyu. No such money was paid
at all.
Ashimon Prudential Bank account.
At all.
$100,000.
It was never the man, never. And that's why we say this is not the matter we want to discuss in the media for too much because Asem no yedi court.
Yes.
Say Mr. Toyukan or per se yen fa Asem no yen can Asem no media. You will not take into account. Of course, and that is a civil matter. Apart from that, there's a criminal matter
which is
yes, and to show yen as Mr. Ashimo, we initiated the criminal matter.
Yes.
Or no, I initiated the civil matter. So let the court determine
deal with them.
Because in the long run,
yes,
the court will determine whether Assembly is frivolous or vexatious.
But to get him to come and establish a cable company, did Ashimo also make representations to him, say, Obenya ECG contract? Because there is a $1 million ECG contract. There is a alleged, you kind of saying, $115 million ECG contract. According to Mr. Ashimo, a promise, there is also the fact that Ashimo Katren said the vice president was his friend who was ready to give him that huge contract of $115 million. The question is, a vice president BSM and EK. Do you have all those details, lawyer?
You see, Mr. Toyukan, whatever he did, all the things are saying on Enyanukre, to the extent say even the best me catch say Mr. Ashimo, Mr. Toyukan, any Chinese partner. Chinese partner no. Yet Assembly whereby they even issued a disclaimer on Mr. Toyukan. I wish I could share it with you, indicating say they even came. If you permit me to, is that look, we the management and staff of Foshan Yuanjin Wire and Cable Company Limited, headquartered in Foshan City, Guangdong Province, China, hereby issue this public disclaimer concerning Mr. Toyukan, a citizen of Singapore. Mr. Toyukan has been implicated in a series of fraudulent activities that have resulted in the loss of several millions of dollars to our company through various transactions conducted across Asia and Africa, with a particular focus on operations in Ghana. He is presently facing multiple charges of fraud in Ghana, where significant funds entrusted to him both by our company and Mr. Emmanuel Ashimo for legitimate business purposes were misappropriated. Foshan Yuanjin Wire and Cable Company Limited is fully cooperating with the relevant investigative and legal authorities. We have committed to providing all necessary documentation and evidence to support the ongoing investigation and prosecution of this matter. Furthermore, our managing director, Miss Lian Liu Bing, has personally visited Ghana, provided evidence to the Ghana Police Service, and submitted an official statement on behalf of the company to aid in the investigation. We hereby reaffirm our full support for Mr. Emmanuel Ashimo in his pursuit of justice and the resolution of this matter to its logical and lawful conclusion. And the amateur for further inquiry contacted with the number and all that. Mr. Toyukan said he or no was just introduced by this Chinese partner, right? At no point in time, na Mr. Ashimo edgy sika ifini ho on anything. If there's any case, or no crapo say you pisano, obeka say or no any the Chinese partner. They be anytime you call police station now you be questions, he keeps on referring say or no any Chinese partner, aye ABC. The next thing is that there's a disclaimer from the Chinese company say, whoa, even Mr. Toyukan copy your copy or China. Because based on more investigations, they won't say you have engaged in fraudulent activities both here and in Asia. Until you Asem Ghana ha. As soon as he leaves here to Asia, they will continue that whatever your friend is saying investigation also against him. What you say? Until when you now okay, they are total lies because at no point in time now Mr. Ashimo and I can say or
Mr. Ashimo or ECG contract.
Sisiano on your ECG contract.
Did he tell the guy say Obenya ECG contract?
He never told Mr. Toyukan say Obenya ECG contract.
But who did he tell?
He never had any discussions with him. Say Mr. Ashimo or your businessman or I mean he also lobbies for contracts and all that, which is very normal for any businessman in Ghana. And there has never been any discussion with him. Say, Fasika and Mami, Namin Koye Bibi, because Sadamika, you know, Mr. Ashimo, any Chinese partner, they are into business, cable business already. And business, you know, your business that you will be a watcher, you will be a Ghana. You per se, you expand it. Your Chinese partner say, oh, me wo obi minimum bi e was Singapore or say onunso onim sa business no enti yemfa no bra business no mo based on the reference no you believe the person only to realize say the whole journey has been a scam. What he has said, then all of a sudden Mr. To can say Mr. Shimo beside no in terms money for some contracts and all that. There has been none of that because on no crampono he was not a person that Mr. Shimo was talking to in terms of business, because BBC say there are three of them and it is an issue where on no say Chinese partner no kasa na a Chinese partner catch and say ABCD in terms of business and then they take it from there and the allegation, the depositions, affidavit in support are pure lies. And nothing who said we have been scammed. No, we quickly went to the police station to go and report. Anka who said if we felt say we were on the wrong side, we will not go to the police station. Because they said we are in trouble. But look at the period. The guy has been in lawful custody for 5 weeks.
5 weeks, yeah.
After 5 weeks, no who say there's not a likelihood for he to go scot-free in terms of the criminal activities. No, quickly, as I said on Trobibi, just to cut sympathy, public sympathy. Not based on that, because of the fact that Mr. Shimono, a Greater Accra regional chairman, and he will do that just to intimidate the successful business Mr. Shimono. But this will not wash. And what I can say.
But Osei alleges or fund the NDC campaign $1.5 million.
Obi in Greater Accra.
Wa attach exhibit say t-shirt or printing designs babes have your money.
Obi, I will tell you something. Greater Accra NDC. Me a regional director for conflict resolution for Greater Accra. I was part of I was even the spokesperson for Monitor and Win. Okay. Monitor and Win. No, what we're doing was to raise funds to win more seats in Greater Accra. Okay. If I tell you the people that formed the Monitor and Win campaign committee, I'm telling you, say you will not this issue you will not even bother asking. And everything that was done in Greater Accra in terms of we are winning 31 seats now based on that MPP Crampo and now tomorrow in some few days some few days Ablikwa North will even they are going to do some elections in some police stations. 19 police stations now. It was based on that Monitor and Win committee because
and how efficient are we?
Look and what Mr. Shimo did say he went out there to look for funding. I mean he brought on board professionals. People that front line campaign, but they are ready to be behind the scenes, support financial order. We're there, we'll sit a meeting and we are donating shirts, fridges, motors. I mean, everybody from their personal pocket. And there was no point in time. Where did he come from? He was not part of the Monitor and Win. Monitor and Win were people in Greater Accra. Now you said they are professional, almost they want to support the party, and we felt that strategy was the best strategy for us to win more seats for the party.
In the affidavit pictures,
when they are all for propaganda, but it's purely a useless application. Bobby, my country will be purely useless, and I'm telling you that the very moment you remanded, for one last week, say the Attorney General the police should quickly release with the Attorney General to make sure say Assembly Court Attorney General quickly if this case is really a serious matter, and by now that's 7. Upon now you try this crap was so. Until then, this will not fly.
Lawyer, I wish we could continue by
of course.
Maybe some other time, maybe science what
I want to conclude is that Assembly court. I don't think say we will even discuss more of it in the media because once your criminal case court and there's a civil case on this matter, then what we will do is to be patient and just monitor how the court determines the matter criminally and civilly. And after that, me sure say we can discuss the outcome of it.
Very well. Lawyer
Gideon.
Is it Gideon?
Gideon. Tete.
Hey, Gideon. Gideon. Tete. Oye Emmanuel Niashimo lawyer ntonye ni paketwa lawyer that's it
yo obi
bibia ni be san so Ekosiisen On Asempa FM the discussion segment e to so Kwabena Bonfe James Edua Sare ena Ejapa Mesa after this short break.
Ecobank Mobile they make me say Ecobank Mobile they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Yeah. Download it. You go enjoy up in my Birmingham chain. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. It's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who died yes where you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contract and so say. Me feni na enkodan rocksters. Won so wo kromo pan. Wo dwen ho sen.
Wo contract and won nimne akọ. Ghana ha de e ba no quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and na POP ceiling dia. Eye rocksters. Enfie bebre ni na rocksters. E di roofing sheet papa ne ho aka de asum Ghana for.
Enka ye say ya no mu die nso ebo.
Eni adufudi achi na nkoto de bone ne nsunda achi. Fre 0544 338041. Say your metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP cylinder. Fair rocksters, now one chawuntum.
Frustrated with outdated banking experiences? You deserve an app that makes your life easier, not harder. Say hello to the CBG mobile app, your new cool way to handle everything banking. With biometric security, lightning fast mobile money access, and one-touch bill payments, banking has never been this smooth. Stop imagining when you can live a life where your entire banking world is in your pocket, ready whenever you need it. No stress, no fuss. Don't settle for less. Experience a more superior, convenient way of banking today with the CBG mobile app. Banking made cool, fast and secure. Welcome to the good life. CBG. We stand with you.
Asempa FM.
Arriba! Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Obi nebalo biba obibo obiba ode isempanabo obi nebalo biba obibo obi nebalo ode isempanabo obi nie Ekosiisen nie Bonsu our Asempa de brane mamba obi so
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso awutie no ma menna mu nyina asene ensan mama kwa babio emfa momra studio ha bedwafo ni nyina atena se 9 minutes after 5 o adwenchira obetimi de messages no abrayen 0548443443 523. And Yedikai Edin Komo, the Ghana Revenue Authority asserted July 16th for the implementation of the Postponed Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act. 8% increment fuel prices. Said the 1 Ghana cedi on a liter of fuel, both diesel and petrol. Into July 16th, and no air chassis. Energy Ministry spokesperson and a head of communication said the home and como. And then so Omanpenyi Apao, the 24-hour plus, in the 24H plus. It's a promiser a buying no ewo position or more emaye into ende omanpenyin apaw ho entoma. There are still some other issues. Attorney General a file motion to strike out Chief Justice Tokono the judicial review application and also a file ewo High Court into no honsem ewo ho. Media budget no would clarify road contractor payment. Enra Obeka, there was this whole debate in Parliament for $360 million loan facility. And they are buying Edis Asikano Eba. The minority had issues about they are buying say Omudisikano Eba Ababa Beye. Intinina yen komoa ewoho. And then so you are seeing in komo efa. The fight against illegal mining, Dr. Hannah Louisa Bisiu, Koye operation be in some regions, mining regions as it were, Osizi excavators bear 40. Now, Ochiremu ana low beda, omode 5 excavate no mu nibi into omudi kugu baby sa dear chan. No mako katisa excavators, omoko enana 33 ayera amaka 7. Inti enoyen summer no so take center stage, the whole of yesterday and into women komoa egu yap no so ayeba behwe na yedi. Abedwafo no se dem kan no mo atnase. Honorable Andre Japamesa eba studio ha ache papa. Honorable kwa abara pom to den. Ya mu ne be na adumara kwa. Bibia boko. Sekunde boko.
According to peace bi no botwom. Muko ekezi jume bi but maba.
Sisi aba.
Oh maba full time. Michia wait na.
Wajodo.
If I'm maba town by 3 weeks.
Oh okay. But
Wednesday be so in the past Bibi Abo cross. But an apanono
bedroom
sure. Me no this full propaganda so me won more.
Mate edase the nyame asena be kayensa. Dr. James Kwabena Bonfe akwa na pom to saying.
Ye nua obi me nananum se sirwenya otinkom a wo adinanti ye tinkom ide na asida na de be ma otwedi ampo no se waye adom ama yete ase me ba na mitie nkomo bia na mudi
yes
one ai
akwesinsia na
dabi
okay
UPS asem no oni medin kasa
yes
na just because I teach there.
Oh, you do?
I'm a lecturer there. Okay. I want to put it on record.
Okay.
Part of orientation me yedimi firm university as a lecturer.
Yes.
University almost a scholarship with professionalism.
With professionalism, yes. Motto, no.
Nanye motto, the folk, the
tagline.
Say what we do there.
Yes.
It is both scholarly and it is professional. It is the only university who training professionals. Now at the same time, so no, or scholarly programs. Okay. Unlike other universities now, scholarly programs in Kwani no. Into young lecturers numpo, yawo tadia ubeshe Monday. Or my friends say professional dress code. Oh, me koshe batekari in with my friends say shoe near the traditional outfit. It raised an issue
on a Monday.
Emma, the university of my seniors are makoto omo I'm talking as a lecturer. What I say? So university no wo ne nyema bia wo ye. Minim say kwajo watna abamuda. Minu aja partner abamuda. There are offices of state in this country. What the slippers for call no ye ma unwram. Are you aware of that? And the university no wo ne hyehyɛ ya o de aye.
Even courtroom.
Okona one dress here.
That's if you are not even a
even
lawyer.
As a lawyer who dress be kwa.
No,
judge
yeah,
we judge Becca say you are not properly dressed. You can't even properly. Yes, you understand.
Before the court.
Asamna asi one more cover and obi am where the we me ntia America.
Me tie pa.
Onyan kan university no dress code.
Oh, na say man can say.
Me say onyan kan no, but you were okay say you have issues say a university.
It was the video.
Yes,
the video.
The video. The video does not tell the entire story. That's it.
Me too.
Is there audio voice accompanying the video? It doesn't. And the American say sometimes we run issues in the media, and sometimes before the truth will come out, now you distort what the facts are. Maybe new authority say make Kasama University because said the dean or no a dean of the faculty or no crack say after university no I be respond to that because structures work. But I'm just trying to create the I put out say but bia won hihye ye dey adwa na me lecture mpo me no ho kwan say me dress kwan bi so me kan say me dean call the dean of the faculty my faculty of management studies.
Yes.
Now ono ba around to see how lectures were going on. No, who student be the outfit or not auditor. No say I don't know. And there are issues and UPS and Kwa universities are canon ade. It's answer no one more kwa mate unofficially something about the video. It is not the kind of impression that was created. Say Obia drag Obi, and let me put it here. Say,
but there was a dragging in.
I don't think it was a dragging.
Now any related to task force.
Exactly.
Fine. Exactly. But there was a dragging.
So that's why I'm saying that you don't put a video without the appropriate narrative to it and situate it in that situation. I don't mean say university no task force no say omo ma wa won dress according to university no dress code no unra campus ho and the nya dey obi wura mu and e record dragging out and the binom e call omo hostels which are just across and opposite ekosesa bae. Now this particular group omo say no mu gina ho nti me de say dey si ba no wo hu bi o video mu no
and you know to be ahwe bi
and to be ahwe bi what I would just want to say ni say yen twen so na asem no em route na obi fi say obi human rights any ade you were raising say university no friend saying protocol bi and I say rule bi evaluate the national constitution in article 19 the person can take the university on
to court
and then the matter will be heard. So what I say
I get it.
Nti mesre say institution bia wo ade e man dance
prof say mo handbook no but me I was thinking say the dean of student issue memo no say okay Nioma be a wuntimi ade. But Prof went further to say in Mohambook, no, there are actually pictures on how
you
students should dress
and look.
Nioma no any ade. Then I would also say then maybe more relaxing Mrano Dodo.
And I make a say me. I have found myself in a situation where my dean had to ask me why I was reluctant to get a student out of the classroom because the student was not properly dressed.
Because I'm a shell lady in the video now. The dressing no did not look that in
the mean who the specific things and all I'm trying to say is that what someone now run or han say a university into be a bet me look
but it is a university.
Yes, nobody is taking that away. Me call university of Cape Coast, University of Ghana.
Yes.
You were not allowed to dress anyhow.
We
didn't dress anyhow.
Where dress anyhow means
you have to dress according to yes. Now Zabia young enforce bibi also and now dress anyhow.
Anyhow near there. What is anyhow?
You can't anyhow as such as
indecent.
So we dress it one who fat there no.
Yes.
And so any your friend anyhow. And you be so say university obi award your pair. And I say, then will be very and so near. Enter my country, me shall see free book mono. Yeah, one share. Baby obeko bia wo kwan a ye fa so ye niema. Ana mama ye rain fi so say obi. And some ye kan nyina na e fa o man chichire ho.
Oh sure. That's true.
Say send ye si di ehuni.
Your values.
Send ye de nhihye ya yanka say de ato no say de ye adwuma no. Ye de ye adwuma. Ansa na student bia ye be ma wa hya ase asua de wo university bia no. Wo de undertaking say nhihye guidelines are investing their amount no. Ubedi so. Wa ni so a e won susanso.
Yes.
Enti say obi aye sa wie na okọ university won mo na sabi na ho fade no etia anase nkoyi a o se university no ntra no hwe minyi ni say efa ni kwan yan momodin say ibesua kwan a ye be fa so de mra ye adwuma na ye ni ehuni ye say ye wadi nyina ho kwan enso nye nyina na e de efata ye ya nhyase na eno na ye di nyini e ma ye bedrum pempenso a Ghana han ma ye ti yan kasa ya mamra o se ye nyese ye se ye be ye de eye opposite na ve o man enkoyi a ye say ye di blame ma obakofo bi nko.
And I think going for once a university handbook nemo there, the university would have to insist on enforcing it. I think there was a period of
enforcement have wo ka say university enforcement now we have university.
No, the question I was asking, no, say what hear me, yeah, maybe the say omoka say decent dressing. What constitutes decent dressing?
It's defined in the document. That's what the dean told you.
Okay. Well, I remember Honorable Kojedu Asari Akwaba.
And we are there. Oh, they are fast so hard.
Very well, Mate. Honorable Akwaba to say.
Ubi nyamia do me ho ya pa.
Yeah, nyamia se pa. Bibi ekoi.
Oh, yara.
But I'm saying new kaftans no so there. It's not so proud.
Philip was able to.
No, tell I know what here for. And I won't kind of want some interest.
Oh, I say me no. Make there be a me boo baby child. I won't crime.
Yes.
You see kuche. Igbo kewana.
Bro, a
tiger. No matter how old it gets.
Yes.
You can't beat its claws.
Yes.
Oh, just
in the swag in there, no, for life.
Say I'm fan to me, kwa. It was
honorable swagger.
An hour if bisa
Kabila. What is the kind of
honorable swagger.
Bisa Kabila. You know, you need there, but
swagger is still on point.
Yeah, still there. She knew where ma.
No matter the economy of the jungle, the lion will never eat grass. Oh,
crack. Now, me what issue with this pharmacy for Nakanda?
Yeah, what can we have?
Yes, I think
still persistent.
Yes, you see, dollar abafom, dollar no abafom. Yati petrosu. Ni hundi intia still in drop borders jina baby jina. They are fleecing the system.
For every drobia and nrobi.
Me say now drono it will be change. Ni ane board na me ye tono. It's still standing the same.
All are largely imported and so.
Chale omunjai sa. What I say, you see, ye kasa obi your mambonia. Enye ni a owi a o man si kankwa o. O ni a no so benefit wrongfully. What I say, dollar yaba form in the last 2 months. We recognize say as I said near my booby eba form. I'm with the baby amujina na mujina. Oh, meanwhile, fear be anywhere enter room. What I say, ye year Diania ye di. And I say fear be crown pono a draw budget. I was so cratching Diani. So, it's no, I'm who be who say, yeah, dollar number form near my bona, so fast or no, be I can draw. And I'm say, yeah, demonstration, bet me I organize you
against Wymo.
Near pharmacy council.
But the pharmacy council among regulated prices.
Why am I regulated?
Say Ghana, you need price control.
Nobody is saying that, but say near my call for one, you won't call for it to me, sorry, Koye, and Niama also cost we have institutions call negotiate and so why are they sitting down and watching all of us suffer? It's That would be my first issue.
Okay.
Yeah. Kabila Rezi. Then Fusanka University. Can do an amount of some liberty kakra anambwa. That's what I thought. Because primary school, you regulate you. Secondary school, you regulate you. Utrini crown to me, you trap mount. Like umpo, as I say, you know, a young man be in a dreadlock issue, he buy permit 1 or 2 young Colabia or more a yanka, and also quite a bearman quan, the certain beer, UT, trouser, of a shed shorts, as I said, the tintin do go to G. Any Yakika. I feel could do university in Swa. Also, I mean, I'm liberties kakra anyway, because if the video we all watch has anything to do with the real story, I'm panyampa maybe what was wrong with the ladies dressing. I'm panyampa, and what business has that security guard
or a task force member?
Oh yes, you're on task force here.
Omunche dressing.
Assault them. Is that what they were instructed to do? Did they have to drag somebody? And now you say with the Misaka Kabila crowd, them who had sent my assault.
Yes.
And I'm what?
And look at the
lawyers me.
A battery.
Me video no. The issue is that we don't even have details of the video. Me I haven't watched it. Obi T.
Doc Matewa say.
Asempa to me see what Asempa FM.
I get you.
They have been in this studio before on this Asempa FM show. Yeah. Something happened in your studio.
Yeah.
It was misreported outside. I went to your other studio to state what actually happened.
Sure.
And the Assam no they make any say and then no
Kabila.
Obi look, the university is not about. The dean said something that was very
instructive.
Or say
if he had anything contrary.
He said he didn't have information.
No, me ba. Say sad video no enye bibi efa omo yi ho a.
Enforcing dressing na.
Anka he would have obey disclaimer straight away.
What did he say?
He was just building walls around the story.
First and foremost, no, he was responding to the call because
he was
in a relationship with me.
He is not the right person to even respond to this issue.
So why did he respond? Obi a friend whom? No. Oh, Kabila. I don't know. Person independent assessment of the matter.
Okay. You're fair to the dean, Kakra. I think we see you
as someone who have baked information about, and how they stay away, get your facts before you step up. That's what I think, so that you can give us the full blast of the issues. What am I saying? But in a way, you are trying to assembly at the amount of school. Do you understand? Assembly, so yet you are telling us, I mean, come on. I don't think, say, why you're ready, please leave it to the appropriate friend is saying department now. Young man, as what I said, let them investigate, get the facts when the issues come up. As you interrogate and now you interrogate based on facts. But to say, as a school, no, you're way in a school, no, you're way in a school. To say,
the blame and the Obi so proud.
No, the journalism.
Faculty of
Madam Fopa, Prof. We are being said,
Obi was.
Oh, you mean I'm a moderator? No, he's my friend.
Say, Prof, who are you be now? You
but James, that's something I make say. To be fair to Prof,
yes,
Prof issued a caveat.
Have said that.
I know there.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not blaming Obi. Me say, Prof, no, or no na.
Doc, what do my crack for my
Prof na me can't no. I me you say, Prof, udim sa same way. Unshada in nim nenisu ye dada. Why then do you want to polish your school to look like ni BBI pepe. At the same time, you don't have the facts.
But honorable, and you also say, Uchemo UPS, honey, I know whom Colani be dressed now. Yaman show.
Niame can say, you see, me, I brought up my children with the fear of the Lord.
Okay.
So that when they grow,
they will not depart
from it.
Yes.
It dressing, no, me interested in what they wear, especially Yamuku school.
Okay.
Of course, girls are bano. Me sister penny. That ana me be 4 or 5. My sister penny not chair me be 20 years. On in a chiba, mba me no on first and second born. 1970 something, 73, 74. Pictures be on try. I'm not tired da.
1970.
Da mosre so ha say.
Bribia nene shishayo. The time you are talking about.
Oh, Kabila.
Afro Moses time. So me say me papa picture be no what training college I gonna 69 70 on baby. I trouser no. I'm say I no go bet me a farm shirt. I say na okay. And trouser didn't be come take me for
me come answer, mommy come. Me see. Fashion na samba.
Yeah.
Ghana ha.
Yeah.
Upese uhun ye ma ye dressing esisan okrom ha. Ye time Liberia for
a bass Ghana. On be influenced dressing.
Yes. Near short, near man skimpy, near man no share. No one at the share. 89, 90, 91. And I have funny, so you're fire. Young can't you. Autofista. Near my young Shanko school, young Shanko University. Who be? Jaffin, I then I share my dinner. I step at Jintin, and I can say,
yeah, Jintin.
I think I have a regulation.
But we almost say university no bar handbook or the man dressing in our room. Nioma won't mean bathroom slippers. Many providing come across a car and you
work original lecture hall and nim pay. Students a real lecture hall.
Some me a student makes me real lecture hall.
Then now.
In fact, you're insisting, and I am.
That is it.
It is right.
Because you're right. But my high.
I'm a dinner.
Okay. It is a mobile, yes, 10 there. And the 15 of the call, you're very do you understand? 15 of the call, you're very years. How you are going to enforce from now on. Because yeah, mama on your be scapegoat. Ne be no so and famunko. Ti ye be hwe ye de ni beto form. Me mo dressing ni bi nyame fe. I must be honest.
Okay.
Nyame fe.
Okay.
Especially sometimes na tita man no. Asanya on sheshi. O satade o.
So aso on sheshi.
Aso the tare skin no ho. Line bia nso yi no ho.
Hey. No,
that is the thing. And we are allowing these things, even in church. Even in church.
Preach on, brother.
What you say? I don't know who JJ Mua ebe hojo wa unsem.
Oh yes, I will be correct here.
Oh yes, I will be correct. And after who mo wa dani nipa boni. What you say? Tise mo you enforce so there.
Go all out.
And they go all out because we are with you.
Okay.
Indecency now too much. It was system because it's like even when you are trying to bring your children up the right way, you look odd.
Yeah.
You know, I am not against it.
Okay.
But
Ombe you so no my you.
What you say?
Very well.
That's
Men so me that's it. Honorable Ejapa Mesa, you are a lawyer. Meaning on this issue will be come on and you move on.
Can I move on?
Mate.
And then we the able studio here Abasawa.
Oh, nda.
Enya.
Abasawa.
Cha also what they are Asempa abo. 24-hour economy. It's not if you then there war lunch yeba. You bet that so send there.
No, for we go to break kakra. Me camera ninti. Aye.
And then in there. CCIA young men and women all the green ya.
Wo benye
juma banobo boy juma existing government agencies, ministry departments, over from Kofo three shifts formula 133. Let me feed them the war lunchy. Not that shango in our applications no. What start my Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Energy, Nina will be 24 that waba from Kofo dama. It's not my ready part them me sham dance shoes. Matse da oba lunching in the 2nd July. My Abasaw. But I who na me de bopu ha.
Oh. Na sa ende no ye launch no. Maybe
I who na me de bopu ha. Na 133 ono ni 300-page document ya. Obi. Formula 133. One manifesto. Outline and zama wabeye ma obia wagana bebuni bia wagana bia wenye juma waye no on any 300-page document and that one ya
na wakade bebunu bia benye juma
and wakade bananche youth no wo page juma ye abana say obobe create jobs ana plenty eje ko tubo wi asa waka lunch 300 na them documents no 40-year-old development plan ya Dr. Kwesibo Chebuwaye 2017 or say 2018 mu difference be hope
akana
chief Masrawo
oh question na BBC
ya start new month
akana
mamman kamasa
mon kana semu
oh tsansa una obisa se wa kan ko book da wa un kan ye de
na
book na kan
emu de 24 hour de no
so no na say 300 page na say emu de na wa kan
in fact exact copy am one 283 momo de to some sakadam document Obi
and a document Dr. Gusitano
Obi me say momo
283 pages
man am catch you Obi the deception padisi what the dada Ghana youth ma what to abamo ho ne wa ya wa ha Obi me say me chow there me saka document no 24-hour economy
Charlie on your ready I
got it on the 3rd of June.
Yeah. Also, or the
24-hour plus 2025 283 pages.
Asempa FM.
I'm sure the one I'm playing.
Miss Akana.
No, Madam June na mankania. So
how can you condemn a book you haven't read?
It is obvious. The one voluminous documents now what about to work on peden ko fukra when you turn working because I can 230 pages more you know. Now what I come on no but the you know na pa. The promise was simple. And the occasion will be anchored by the private sector.
And government would only facilitate.
Hey. Only Formula 133 no.
Yes.
Asempa abo. Mr. the youth of Ghana by now wosunga. The na motinya. Na programs are outlining na on your consolidation of planting for food and jobs and agenda what you call it one district one factory. How different It's eating Ghana a grow 24. Is this farming now? You ever start your farm credit the light yako. Or bet your electricity or farm so we're Ghana now cocoa rubber plantation or down west or baby. You can't the light alcohol in the fire. I can't believe it.
What can't you believe?
But how is that even conceivable?
Obesi market 24-hour economy model market across the country.
I walk out on all.
Na market or the ton.
But I was so much 230 I got to tomatoes will go na abana bed.
That's a nice market. No, you nice market.
Tomatoes. 2 a.m. in there. Are you telling me that you won't get somewhere to buy? It's available. If you want to buy tomatoes at 2 a.m., fear me more or
this matrical government, that money is
yeah. Ghana,
complete disappointment. No fanfare and no way, no fanfare.
But are you not jumping the gun?
Catch all there, yeah. I don't know what Lanchi Mahama case.
Yes, Mahama case.
What Lanchi?
Yes.
Event organization. We can see him. We can see him. Prior to that, was Lanchi another one. Ejumapa.
Yeah, Ejumapa na national apprenticeship
event organization.
Ejumera in a national apprenticeship.
Event organization on no experts. And then that's why another event organization. But I'm saying that narrative about their campaign, Formula 133, on event organization, because I would have thought, though a very simple and straightforward, one manufacturer sufficiently captures the kinds of things what be 3 shift why Juma for 6 months. DVL and Master was work away a 24-hour office bill denta.
DVL.
That's what I heard. I don't know why they didn't say a Joy SMS.
Okay.
Now one chief executive no
okay.
Office B. Very recent. I don't know whether it's even functional. But how about the passport office that they promised? How about the ministries, department, and agencies?
Ministries, department, and agencies.
Now, how about the banks? Every entity be our Ghana be our mobile tree now. And when we tree, where are you gonna get a job to grade from?
No, that's one.
And the public,
what there every ministry be a Juma.
Department of Government.
Oh, now it's a drama here.
Shifts.
3 shifts.
Every department of government.
Thank you. 24 hours.
Oh, I don't think so.
Obi,
I think they rather mention.
Is it that you didn't follow or you didn't
what
hear?
I remember is they mentioning government entities they provide service to the people and on
the ministries won't provide the service.
Oh, maybe a passport office,
no,
Ghana Police Service.
Ministries
DVLA.
won't provide the service.
What do they do?
Departments of State won't provide the service. Agencies won't provide the service. Not at way. Obi. But I'm a doubt that the truth would always be laid bare. Yeah? Me, I will always tell you. Omani ya chicha kwe nyimo.
Yes.
Ya chicha kwe nyim. And minim suda abane biya bebe biya no. Obetum why
Asempa FM.
And so to that extent, so obetum we create a juma mbobun when de biya ya. So be it. But when it is based on deceit, purely for political power, then you go and assemble people to sit for 6 solid months. What allowances? And you will produce 283-page document. They all know 24-hour economic policy, and that will be driven by private sector. Like seriously, the government on the then.
Us the government will facilitate.
The president says agencies won't need 24 hours.
No, us
in the public sector won't increase workforce by times 3. won't increase the BM.
Don't remember that one.
The public sector will not be increased by ×3 to run 3 shifts.
That one I remember. The American is
so what is your problem that you argue with me on this show?
No. There are 24 hours in a day.
Yes.
8-hour shift.
8 hours.
It is all there. Man can manifest it. Mama come 1 hour.
Close no. Emma mimi busa some part time class say we are see we mu. My ben was her.
What's the UK?
Offices be running.
Oh, what's the UK? So, Australia. Felix Kwachi for so my good friend. Sydney.
Sri Lanka, Iraq.
Then they forget that. They forget that the day will come. The day of reckoning.
Accountability
will certainly come. Mawabari package. Since you will create industrial hubs. Now, no, don't we have industrial hubs under the aegis of free zones already? Obi, the document is interesting. Read it. A baby somewhere there are. Development plan. Another Formula 133.
No, so the president made a point in that the 24-hour economy is not just about extending the hours for work. It's rather creating a whole new industrial ecosystem. To turn around the production sector of the economy. But you didn't listen to the president today.
Obi.
I couldn't. I was engaging some other.
The 4 years of Bobo.
And the advisor has said there, Aban would need $4 billion USD to implement the 24-hour economy.
By creating a facilitatory rule.
Yes, because targeted funding for companies and all of that.
What do we get out of that?
The return? More jobs.
The return in value terms, $4 billion. And what value?
Jobs.
Jobs, no
more jobs.
Yes, but it will come in value terms.
Yes.
It will yield in jobs. I bet criti ABR taxes and
deep too much. I want to understand though. Abanos ne Sisiano on create Formula 133 BM. Na onankasa de onoba facilitate ala.
Yes.
But private sector no oba.
Sure.
Thank you. Nti no facilitating role no here $4 billion another abade.
Sa explanation ne ma ye.
Na coordinator no kan mbisa na.
No, so okay, program now.
Okay, the few days before, in fact, on newspaper front page, couple of days before the AE.
I would interview him God willing on Friday.
So really, after the 6 months, is that what we get?
Augustus Kusitano.
Brother Penuso. Is that what we get? But like I said, Obi, you have pay.
Okay. The onye
Osende, muko sekune, namu young men and women are. Wohuma, no one nenu aji Osende, anye ya kakrabo drop.
Yeah.
Okamo hunemu. They na ye when you sum. My yakwa campaign mo around what that's a 24-hour economy 133 we create a juma p me na ye nye bi aye. It hurts me there between today and 2028. I will still have to be supporting these young men because the promise that Mr. Muhammad made to them and then what the need there, well, man number Kane, no number did you vote ala or your private sector why? So if the private sector doesn't respond, then what? You blame him? 1D, 1F. You record that policy?
Yeah, I do.
Numu, it be Akufo-Addo industrialization policy. What focusing on automotive industry, Monday. Vehicle assembly plants allow organ how ye juma. They bastardized the dan here over power. We hear that chief of staff. No, the government officials be waka visit some of these automotives. I'm wondering. So at what point are we going to do politics of principle in this country? Obi, at what point? 1D, 1F. It was very clear in the MPP manifesto that it is private sector driven. Obi, Ekeya.
Yes.
Yang Keno. But want to about mehene wie ne yerba bakede yakada 1D 1F but CCRD or a private sector driven. Right from get go, it was clear in our manifesto that the government in collaboration with the private sector. Thank you very much. Edikaya nampoa. As you promise one district be one factory. Factory no he. So I'm asking you a simple question. Formula 133 no, F and Kwafu no hin.
We have not even started. You did it for 8 years. What is the balance sheet?
Balance sheet bini automotive industry
any day.
Automotive industry.
Enra, the ranking member on the trade committee, Ebema breakdown jobs are 1D.
Oh, Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Direct and indirect companies.
Kojo.
At what cost to the
Kojo.
Kojo. They are not so calm.
At what cost to government?
Kojo. Musrao. You know when you me. Then I near king. No mum. Yasu Hadjun. Come what catch Ghana for there?
Okay.
Akufo-Addo one mismanage Galamsey or mining to the point there on Oba will be declared state of emergency. Now what the 1 week would I end Galamsey? And there 6 months down the line, Galamsey is worse. What promise Ghana for the ally that allow or ally ahimpo that no I can't keep in my head. What's Oba? You revoke it. Yet to Abamono, as someone, so no, minion revoke BM. It's it
now been amended.
Can the damn? I don't have a problem. The day of reckoning will come. But to suggest there, a woman I shall see now 8 years. It's I shouldn't speak because I've done 8 years and also 4 years or whatever you won't have 8 years anyway. Balance sheet. Now balance sheet in the job the hall. Communities are district are
okay.
What 1D 1F project are all your private sector owned. They are there. By your commitment to the youth of this country.
Obi.
Makasa oya what it here.
Why am I too much?
Denta. Osan
But honorable Obi say what kind of document now priority areas no. Grow 24, make 24. Back on the cry there. Oh, it grow make. Yeah, one for creative in that I'm trying to remember. But Obi said, and the grow 24. Also, Obi, we have some farms which operate 24/7, morning, afternoon, evening, and night shift. One, harvesters. What time on Baby Juma? 2. Cleaners or washers to wash the product. Evening is for packaging and bagging. Night shift will load product onto trucks ready for the supermarket. Some farms have food preparation, cooking and packaging for supermarket all day, all night.
Thank you very much. In terms of one farm for phone,
Blue Skies.
Yes, Blue Skies.
So they work throughout.
Yeah, they do.
You can't say be what other than.
And on end this road over play home to
me that say. My colleague on the other side. Honorable Edua Sari.
Yes,
you wanted to. And as me was a walk baby. I'm pizza kasa ba. Nam pesa wo kasa ansa na honorable kasa. Ba o de wo baby dia manen kasa. Honorable Edua Sari. Me pa cho ma mintie we. Nana o pese o kanse ma mintie o.
Obi. Me no. Me ye ubia eba vision. Yeah, can vision and someone. Me find the agro.
Okay.
Because personally, last week I was telling you, say, me in the last how many 6 months by I'm out for expecting say me kwa kope juma me wa.
Yes.
In the midst of that, I have created a job. I have employed 22 people.
Vision.
in the midst of when people expect, say, me ankasa, me kope, ejuma mame ho. I have created a job. I've employed 22 people. And I'll show you on my phone. So, this last the first July, and I'm chia moka, I'm first month salary. But I paid from my money, my own money. And you know, you can't be a far vision. Some of us, we have a way, we embrace it. And you know, I'm not surprised. Say Andrew Mercer, my brother, will sit here and want to bastardize a vision.
So on one TV vision, I say.
Otherwise, I'm surprised. Say this is his perspective. This whole program. This is how he interprets it. It's a big shocker to me. Big shocker. Because a dream, it's something that has been thought about. Implementation. Vision now when you know, it's a say nipa planning. And you be planning. You be fandi. Then
yes.
You need to put up a policy. Policy, no, and with various facets. Marketing, your friends saying funding, and the keka home. Then you know, some pillars, no, you need to place them where they belong before you can hinge any policy on top of it. Your document, 283 pages. Is it a Bible or some storybook? It's not. A bibia, a chere, a dreamer, a bar, whoever conceived the 24-hour economy idea. And no na yet Bible class is saying, vision now. Make it
write the vision down. Make it plain on the tablet.
Wonderful.
So he who finds it will run with it.
Wonderful. What you say?
Yeah.
It is who knew how to do some of these things. Not say you will react the same way, and I'm not surprised. So I'm not buying you go here. Because if you have men who think the way my brother does, in the manner say, even their own 1D, 1F, or Kano, they couldn't even actualize their very core mandate. So core ideas. Now Omodesha say, later they had to shift from it.
You sure?
Yes. Obi, when some round EBA you did blue and red. Chat blue and red. This TB. What did they do with it?
So omo be money me anye ni nyina.
Omo ye dia. Oh. Omo ko fa kasa prekomu. Old companies are edibe 30 years. And you call enhance one part of omo department be. Now Oh, Kabila me boy.
Dance as about for me one day. Ya be a company for who me tiad me nyawe.
Kasa preku. Okay, yeah. Oh, unkai kasa preku. I did more than 30 years. Omo ni kasa preku collaboration.
No, but say they explain some more greenfield companies, some more brownfield companies. Brownfield, the existing companies are on person more expanded.
Okay,
they come under the facility now.
Doggery.
Yeah, dog meat factory. Which would have been a greenfield factory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Away.
Osei.
Doggery no way. You see, these are the people who are trying to mock us. Look at the people who are trying to mock us. Failure, poto. A coffee juice.
A coffee juice, yeah.
And no pen a bit me we are make say. And no crap will cost means only export in Kwao.
Oh no, I'm to be
I want you crew.
Yeah, Mamma, supermarket you anyway, we never be at all.
I don't know original distribution.
No, but I'll pay the out of
apart from her, he Fabio.
I me home, TV Africa, name home, day, or cabin, so like a man for be, in a way. TV Africa. Osei.
It didn't fly, and then others I didn't fly.
A coffee juice.
And it be a ton you join FM and need a TV, and it's just a media house is name.
Oh no, you give it to them. I think.
Oh no, of course they
out there.
They I don't say my dick and but then be now body. What else can you mention? And that one
other companies.
Yes.
Oh,
Osei, Obi. What the way, mommy 5 pe?
Phone number, man.
There be name show phone do. No, my right.
I made more trader.
Ah, my goodness. You see, on him.
Company.
On top of his head, he doesn't know. Ufu said, Ufu, yes, you should.
I'm a lawyer.
Because if it is functioning, me I mean boy kumfi.
Yeah, what boy kumfi?
I mean boy kasapreko. Where did I get it from? Who do you want to mean Bobio? I feel now go her fool so.
The information is there. I know where to find it. So why do I have to?
No. If it is something that is replete everywhere, and by now it be a country. Kebia country obeba potato maybe says yeah potato factory
yeah potato chips factory
I know some na me bo
yeah
my fa paper bi and my fa book bi and my family phone. It is because I over the years omo ye you know e bi wo ha utu say function e bi so de pan na omo de nam ti obi 24-hour economy no aban ebe faso have their building infrastructure.
Okay.
This economy we are describing will hinge on top of it. Because
infrastructure has in big push now.
And it's all linked. Because say bus service.
Yes.
And now chrome anopa ewia enyumre.
Yes.
Driver don't accommodate now. About the Diana Fifi, Ediakusini Basim.
Also, near restaurant be and a restaurant be.
What you say?
Yes.
Tino, you can't 24-hour economy now. What drink to me picky some of these things are. Then I'm wondering why you are in politics.
Saying what's not drink picky? I was say, oh now you're vision bearer. No, you have to. No, the people alone.
I don't make us say book here. You only quoted the page number of pages. You never quoted even the front page caption. That's just a book. The caption, front page caption. Yet you are criticizing the content when you have not seen it. You have not read anything from it. Because I'm told. And I can't be 7 days be. Esia near woman, and I saw kind near woman next week. Obetna, and I will yell submission, and I will critique BB based on what you have read. Ibia, Usha, and situate well with you are. Then your audience will know, say, criticism, it is hinged on something concrete. But where the ass and you say, oh, and then you pose you. So, okay. No, sir, me America. Yes, Papa B. No, you MP.
What's happening story?
I MP. Now, okay, Ashanti Hobe, one of the Ashanti parliamentarians.
Yes.
You don't buy your Bora for anyone.
And then you oppose
because of opposition. It Oceani, young hey, and then you oppose you. Oh, do opposition. And one say, be a debate will be come and oppose.
Yes.
Is that what it is? Yeah, we criticize the things that they themselves today consider to be wrong. President Kufuor Niamani bi ono nkasa last week. Obubo obi so. Anamebwa. Omo party for have labeled some of the decisions they took, policies or taking here. They themselves have considered those policies as wrong policies. And we criticized it. We drew attention to it. It will criticize it. Yeah, please come clean. Take us on for something we've done. And you're there fair. You launch you. And first day of the launch, you have not seen the document, you have not read chapter 1, nothing. And you are already defeated. Say, wo constituency nye juma nye. Me say me, Edu Asare Kwejo. In the last 1 month, I have created 22 jobs.
A manufacturer, buddy.
Me manufacturer.
You have created a job that has employed 22 employees.
You see, I created 22 jobs for people.
Job, I find it 22.
That's
creating 22 jobs.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yes. I say I've created 22 jobs.
Semantics, dodo.
That's what he said.
PhD.
Like we're creating a Juma.
No, it is. That's all the bro.
And I'll provide our service. No, or a cleaning company.
Yes.
Or clean or entities no clean. Or can contract. It will be an arm.
Listen, the contract. It will be a
contractor.
We will be, but I want more.
We're here for government agencies. The most time.
You see, so
you don't know we are wrapping up.
I'm wrapping up for you.
Government agencies.
I'm the person me chill. And now me say Obi Kasado Ipaku conviction asemo. I plug in. And now me tie President Mahama. Okasafa a new city. Yeah. I'm thinking of how Yemubi, where we fit in that creation of that city. That is what visionary people do. It me and politics translate everything we just condemn and we criticize and no. We can't build a nation like that. We have to create jobs for our boys and our girls. And yet we need to do so.
Okay.
Rather than to condemn and to criticize and please come along, think along with us. And stop being antagonists.
But you didn't do that for them in the one district, one factory.
Why didn't we do that? But we saw it as you can't say feasible.
Really?
Because you see, I don't tire district. I don't tire than a producer because free what one district, one factory. Tell me. I didn't a door or holes raw material a free adenta district. Would they buy one district, one factory? Adenta. Do you understand? So we're trying to tell you, say, look, what do you say? Ube zonuno. According to Bibia, a year prevalent in a particular catchment area now, Bibia. Then, but it was just some slogan to look. They did work. One village, one done. And what did it mean? And tell me which village you know. I'll be share one dam, baby. One back when they say
1 million per
1 million per constituency per year.
Yes.
And I know 1 million per constituency per year. And no, I'm saying toilets. And then later, I'm saying what could be this warehouse. Warehouse. Please. Please. Oh, they lack vision. They lack the zest to even get things done.
Okay.
So when these same people turn around
to come and lecture you,
come and want to lecture us on how to govern, it really puts me in a certain mood. And Mami Kasa, very gentle.
Medase. Dr. James Kwabnabonfe, 24-hour economy finally launched. President said, "Wapao hontoma into end no ashase officially."
I shall say what? I shall say in what sense?
And the woman can almost say ashase or mapa hontoma.
Okay, so me on my mono, the air me ding way and say we stifle debate. Oh, now
with a lack of information.
Well, not either say you be taking arrogant position say mintie the nipa no ka. Sometimes we are say no. Na some crowd wo ka no. E no na nipa no ka. Wahu. Ade a beba de nnwuma beba o my Ghana. Ade a beba e de mpuntu beba o my Ghana.
Okay.
Ade a beba na di nnwuma ebebre mabunu. Dodo na womo akosua nimde ana mo akosua de omo nimde ana mo akosua de na won betimi de ye adwuma ma na bamfa so Ghana so no sabi nipa bonefo ana mamboyfo nkwa na obe kasati asa de no enti mefo aso bibia ede mpunto beba na wa hu minua pani kwadwo
yes
waye ade bi wo hanu sesie ye a ete sede suban ya na minua ajapa mesanom womo ka eye 1D 1F ye ka ye womo so ye no eno abi na ono so ye wo hai hwe womo ka 1D 1F asema me kan ne say me apart from the ideological and philosophical backgrounds of traditions this animal asema na me kan ne say woko baby to say United States state new big one more isolated they are considered as hubs of certain things into pay oil fango ho nimde ne ade a ukoba binum to say Texas no ne ade a ena sanema no yedi hudma pa ope edisua ene ade a Massachusetts no ne ade ha abobo din ne ade automobile in da bia wo areas e wonti yebetimi say na kwadwo kan yebetimi anya mantam ana mansi ana mantam poti binum a yebeye nyuma bi wo ho entimi de infanto bi ba se kintampo techiman nkranza na wenchi yes o mango se wo ho bebre until you can have a chain of factories say the oil bottling factory the oil fruit processing ebia ba ko wo nkranza ba ko wo wenchi ba ko wo techiman na ba ko wo kintampo anasa atebubu that enclave enti wo factories are interrelated but omu nyina no ewo enclave bia ewo hono but enya district bia na chinchina chia obenya factory bi sa enti se na kwado kan adenta factory wo de kusi he it's already choked greater Accra hanmo ofa Ablekuma yi Okankwe North Okankwe South Okankwe Central factory no there factory now they call
doc munchwa no but in che FN literally dama you be making a mistake
good
osande my member from just to kojo eduasare mo they pick the policy now what bastardizing
yes
assuming or supposing that by reason that kind of one district one factory do every district be other factory.
No, but that's how your people explain it.
Oh, remember. No, that's not necessarily. No, that's not necessarily.
We saw the diagram. We saw the diagram.
Doc, Kasa.
And you see, that was the point, say. The feedback, and I remember saying, say, Kwame Nkrumah had a policy for state, your friend saying, industries. By 1965, what kind of 1965 budget now? Nkrumah owns budget too.
Admitted, sir.
So they were failing. And the Asama mi busa say, against study na year based on sa history no. I should say the man who collapse here. And then a state industry sir, eventually PNDC beton de be a man ho. Then nhwehwemu ni aya e betu yemfo abraye ko sa de no mu. Na ya adwentre. But it was almost seen as if say one was opposed to it because we said they know musi kanono and you're right. Kodo asema working 24 hours. Me the first time I buy up and I make say, is it new? We are okomi mami kromba boy. 24 hours people are working. Omfre baby monya chisin suano. O won krofo one mu fufu mpo opebi 1 AM 2 AM ubenye biedi. They are working. Into already no who areas be no by demand transport e kobanti nipa e wo ho no no ombe ye adwuma 24 hours e wo ho kintampo obi a watwam akọ tamale bia nim say udu honum 1 a.m. 2 a.m. 4 a.m. wo nipa wo honum a wo mu ye adwuma e wo honum enti ebi wo honum sa blue skies at least I consult for them intiminim omo batch sinkofo ekọ anopa awia anajo 24 hours ye wo binum wo honum sa enti already sa system no e wo ha. It is not a new thing, but we say we say a threat, and so the idea microphone be a kind of say a buying human yinara a better run shifts miensa explanation everybody want unti I didn't know unti ya kasafa hono yan kasa nyo anase hu nyo na momo kan tra say e be ye ade a ewo ba bia enye possible say they okay enye feasible enye babia enye bibia so na ubetimi ara no 24 hours services ni bi on mo it is not a 24-hour needed service dianye ne saye nto ebo ne enka ne sa enti de meka nyina ne matwa ne tia ne say ye da nyame ase say trimpo no ehun kratasem ya pa hontuma kwanya ye betimi afa so edi djuma ma enwuma hodo me kai say obi dem station cry infanton say multimedia mobile be run 24 hours enya mo de mo mfa nipa mo obi decide ne infanton
but they already run 24
but we already do
enti
mo silent for some hours
but still it's running 24 hours
but Obi the point is now why mo na be listeners no are you going to have people listening 24 hours
say we anajo adwuma
but who peak time Ekosiisen time say a peak microphone ti pa anum na adinti eye ade a enye trasa ese say ye to ye bo na echirechemu na enya ho brase so say enya say NDC na di ayi John Mahama president his excellency and a deep ban and a NDC na sponsor ano e ma ne be ye mampani nti eye NDC fonkwa e bi kra wonu mu a won be boa ma di mu pa no omu ndo amanyoku bia nti ye nya botre na ye kan mu na wonim 24 hours so they be hours so your mind and na ye chichire nipa ba ko chichire enyi and na me de be ka de hia me pa enra da ponda aye freno Republic Day any de course any de mampani kan ya me fi say ye mpani nsem pa na ehu hia se enye kasa keke se de Thessalonia aye ngoma Paul Chokoma Thessalonia for de dikan no ba ko nchichemu enum no o se enye ano kasa keke na mom de sunsum ta chire na ne yo papa de chire ai free nyame mu efi se untimi anka han asem abra de ede ye ko je han ba no ubetwa ho afiri ho Republic Day na ye den ya eye da Ghana ye te ye ho efiri de ye friend say abrofo enko asumu krakra potokasa mo si full dominion sovereignty sada no na yenya bre se yen Ghana fo de ye pese ye de bu ye ho nipa obedi anim se mampani de di kan ya yenya ye eno no July 1st ana July 1 sabre no na yenya mampani se obeye de kan protocol mu commander in chief of the armed forces nanke enyirisi broni kokko na na musini a friend governor general ade a friend head of state and government no head of government prime minister but head of state and government the first time yenya July 1 and also so ade na gina back no de to so bio say ye hyehyɛ mmara wɔ parliament a minianum mpanyinfo wa no mu nim say parliament woko pass ade ni wi a it is still considered not an act until it is assented to me a ye de assent no na e wo governor ho ana oye de makwen sabre no ena yenya itumi say free sada nti mampani a wo aba from 1960 nyina including this fourth republican era to me a wo de sign free July 1 and until me question the creation of January 7 as Constitution Day. What Constitution Day? You didn't. Our Republican status was never overthrown, even though there was an overthrow of the 1960 Constitution. The status that we attained July 1, 1960 could never have been overthrown. And now, so Obi, the Tosubium say, ye want idea a friend presidential honors. Order of the Star of the Volta, companion of D&D, head of state awards. No, Nina, they were instituted on July 1. Due to the president, that's where we take authority from. And indeed, July 1, no, and a man, a friend of independence, partially from the narrative I've given on March 6, 1957. No, July 1, any benya full independence as a sovereign state. And the me taking issues that time in my capacity as general secretary of the Convention People's Party. The memorandum I introduced to the holiday amendments, 2019. Yeah, 2019. We responded with a 60-paragraph memo. Yes, with a recount of the history behind July 1. We were not listened to. If I appeared before
the decision to make it a commemorative day.
Yes.
You took issues with
Yes. Because March 6 is not more important than July 1. In fact, March 6 is meaningless if it is not linked to July 1. And we have said it, say, March 6, 1957 remained subservient
to July 1.
Until it was fully revealed
in July 1.
July 1, 1960. That is the history behind it. Now we took issues with that. And no for the time no or say any commemorative but remain Republican Day.
Yes.
Republic Day. President Mahama. Obaya. Osei afidie. Republic no the dan chamber be your friend of National Day for prayer and thanksgiving.
No, so it's still like to remain a Republic Day, but on that day activity a day for prayer and thanksgiving. Yes.
Why ne kasafa Republic? Omo kasa ina freeman pani any asofo be preach ye no. Why ne kasafa the Republican status of Ghana, its attainment, its relevance, its import, its meaning to us today and our nationhood. Any values why invite you say you live by. Why? Now dear hamikase, and I say with this with all solemnity and humility. Whilst the president was preaching the right words, or can someone a young penny someone as I say dear chre and kambomu yan kamom yan fakroye yan you know na niema akoso wa ban mu from that year to abayi wo meye mampani mpo besi ndey niema the very opposite of the things that you were saying.
Oh really?
Yes.
Nioma ben sir.
Mami ntro mi nu akoja aduasa reneti. I'm said 2 or 3 weeks. The last time I'm in Baha, I'm in my bium till in 3 weeks ago. Or tofu no suni dance ni wachri. Ye dia ko yi Adenta women organizer Nikunu.
Deputy women organizer
Nikunu aye fi say o ye MPP ni nti. Ana ye fa no MPP apenso nti. Teacher for ye fa wo mo. Secular baye. Eyi wo mo di. E ma binum koye video ka say ye NDC for na MPP ma ye adwuma. Ana ye reverse is ade no. Nanu ya meti Bank of Ghana nipa 100.
Yeah, and also
yeah, reverse it. Do you know the genesis? It started with my own senior brother and friend, the chief of staff, issuing a statement that Obia ye fa no bribia
after December 7th.
That be before after December 7th. The period he gave was before December 7th. He mentioned some months before December 7th.
No, in his letter.
Yes, the letter no. Opa, he letter no nakai.
No. The letter says will be a fan after December 7th.
Pick the letter.
Implementation of Muhammad
me say pick the letter and read the period he gave. It was before. Whatever it was, no. And yes, Sebi Togo for and an air for Mojumam. And Afghanistan for and an air for Mojumam. More important, and your Liberian government officials and a be fast handipan Wojumam. And you Ghana for. Ebini say ya ko yi obia sabi ne yire eye women organizer for NDC na wonim ya wonipa binom a ye de ayakayaka de ye wo mo enso mo ye din omo nkasa mo bi ntie including professionals, district directors, civil servants. Nanu ya institution bi won kran ha. CEO na waba ho no technical person or technically the sole person with some requisite skills obi ani bi was our institution no. O say ye pam no de nako or the letter man so onko second member of ministry. Okodu no agency na one under ministry no. The minister didn't know. The minister wrote back. Say he cannot transfer somebody there without his knowledge. Nti nipa no come back. Many who can say nipa no has been rendered redundant to Tifie, but bosumi bia yituaneka. Many who can say the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana is on suspension. She's going through a trial that I believe and I describe as funny because it is defying all the decisions of the Supreme Court from Ajay Chum, through Ransford France, through Paul Derry, through Afoko, and then Justice Kwabna Amuanom 2020 there. Supreme Court now decisions. At a time when Mampani what power Ekosiise Prempe say onko ye hwemu no metu fo kwanya yemfa so take the next step towards amendment process. They are not going to recommend to him amendments. So that committee, people must understand their mandate. The president knows what he's thinking, but he wants a committee to advise him how to go about it because Professor Mills, Professor Emeritus Professor Fiajo Commission is hanging there. And no ya bo ho kakwa. I could do the and as I say, you know, a man for still insist say constitutional amendment. Nti committee no metu no for kwaya yemfa so nko. Me fi say sa committee no nko ye no commission and no mo sha ase views towards amendment and
but committee no rounds or no views.
But the views they are going to say, they are going to advise the president on what to do, not to undertake an amendment process.
Really?
Yes, I'm telling you, if you want to check, look at their mandate, their terms of reference. Even a committee cannot do that. It must take a commission. But that is another matter for the one more award in the constitutional law to do. But these are the things. At the time, what setting up committee say one advice what a majority leader, a parliament, the lacuna that was identified by Dr. Barnum in the Ajay case, and they tried to fail it, remains not fully filled. As I say, a regulation to guide how Article 146 should be properly applied.
Government Communications Minister said that was a personal opinion.
Majority leader.
Yeah.
And he was speaking.
Government of Ghana.
But the majority leader in Parliament was speaking as what?
He was speaking as a member of Parliament.
And my majority, who introduces matters bills for business in Parliament? Who introduces it? Yes, he has a view. I'm saying that. And that view. I'm just saying that. I'm relying on that view.
On behalf of government.
Hold on. He may not be on behalf of government, whatever it is. But I'm saying he's a leader of government business in that house. And Mama Yarga is not somebody whose law I will poo-poo. Me respecting the law, law reviews. He was part of the young guys who were editing it. People don't know about him. I can say that. But the point I'm making is that statement from him, of course, as a lawyer, Felix is not.
But Felix speaks for government.
I will place premium on Ayarga's view on a lacuna in the law that needs to be filled than Felix's political communication. That's my view. I will place more emphasis on that. And I will not confirm what the Mimi can say. Ahead of a review suggestion, you are taking us through this funny thing, and for the first time in our history, attention so Chief Justice, any different bodies bears a 4 and you Supreme Court. The say in the case of census, which I am an interested party, the ruling is out, so I can comment on that. The lead judgment introduces a pleading we didn't even make. And say inferentially, I can share it with you. We didn't make a plea. How did you infer that? And then use that to give judgment. or give a ruling. But that is for another media. May say, I believe that justice, no matter how long it takes, will be served. Unya botra. Ni penny ba kwa sema wa futu de mama say that you be diasem. You diasem ma de nyede. Enti e abotre. And that's why I keep telling you that the burden of democracy is what? Fidelity to the law. And that one requires burden, bearing, and patience. When you know, no penny, one more, you say, I did a friend say,
Empire Bono.
Okay. One more, say, one more, ewonim die a ya form a professionals wo mu ye adwuma ewo technical areas bi bribia ye fa wo mu nti ye say enough say say ye yi wo na ye part of resetting me no kasa mprempren Ablikumanov out of 276 omunyanya MP not through the fault of the electoral commission but because the state has failed from President Akufo-Addo time. I'm tracing it. The Electoral Commission held a press conference December 19, 2024. Disappointing that President Akufo-Addo government couldn't provide the Electoral Commission with the needed security. Mampani Mahama also yeso in and Oma chief secretary to the president Minuapani Calistus or issue statement say all election related violence from 2020 to 2024 IGP Dampare on your committee no munye anya nwie usiwe yinedi ama ubi take over. Me, I don't have a problem with that. What has become of that? You still have failed to provide the Electoral Commission the needed security to announce who
and
won.
The EC issue statement.
I don't have a problem with the EC.
Said they are going to rerun 19 polling stations.
They told us not long ago that there was no need to rerun.
Last week.
What is pushing them to now say that they are going to rerun 19?
It follows a meeting with reps of the two political parties, which meeting agreed
Obi, and I want you see, this is my point. Me, I'm on the side of the Electoral Commission.
Yeah, you've been consistent.
And the Electoral Commission is guided by law. Minyaya, Bananka Isi wa declare results in the data because they have the capacity, they have the results. Let whoever disagrees with them go to court and prove otherwise. This thing now, Akoya said, you want to play to the schemes of the NDC because that is all it is to it. They lost that seat. They want to find a way on bet media win seat. No. The EC, all these issues back and forth. Yeah. You know.
I don't know.
I know the results. I know the results, but it won't lie in my mouth to pronounce who won.
In the Paddy on Sasi. Onim Kojo. Onim. President Mahamu make it. He doesn't know that's what you are doing.
Kojo.
They preach virtue and
practice. Me conclude say. Adiana yeye nendra Republic Day.
Honorable Mesa.
Muna muko 24 hours. Me manko. Adiana mampani mahama kaya me fano so kasa to say mbanye.
Yes.
That's a typical banye. That's how we call ourselves, not Gonja. Gonja de bimudi on the fray. He's a typical boy. Lona, I applaud him. But, Mr. President, beyond the prayer, beyond the thanksgiving, the life worthy of the prayer must reflect it. The Hebrew word for prayer is na'ah. It's a way of life, a daily. You live it. You pray with your life. And your demand. And then your deal. Transactional. And your relationship. And your yonkoye and your yonkofa. Enti what's ya? Now why yo? Me jidi ene say to me. Ene bre. Ye ninka so. Ene kwajo ya nana Kwame Nkrumah. Odi Ghana so. for 15 years between 1951 and 1966. There was no name in Ghana or Africa that sounded greater than Kwame Nkrumah.
But Emreson, you know,
he was thrown out of government, but that is not my problem.
Sure.
Obi, in 1972, before April 27, after 24 February 1966, Kwame Nkrumah had begged and pleaded and sent Sekou Touré to come to Ghana and plead, say, "Yeah, manumra Ghana no mbewu." He was denied 3 times. Not even the Champon regime, among for say, closer to Nkrumah, gave him the chance to come and die in the country he led into forming. The next prime minister, K. Buzia, he died in exile. Liman, President Liman, I had the privilege to spend the night with him in my father's humble home in Kintampo, and he told me things. He was a visiting lecturer to 18 universities before he became president of this republic. By the time he was dying, he was virtually a pauper. And then, Jerry John Rawlings went.
I'm here to answer friend.
Me twaso mu bia din biom se. One to me kuta woman na won fi say nunti, including private companies. They will show power there no. Who manim?
Kon hewachi.
Obi. Mere.
Yeninka so.
Bakasa bia ye.
Medase. James Kwabena Bonfe ena yete nenka no.
Dog.
Akasa.
Maybe.
Akasa papa mama akasa ahametini.
Awosenegu. Bobro abo.
Akasa. Tawo so kasa na sungu bifufro.
Osei Asempa etia. Obanya safoso obu ne be.
Wonka na asem.
Mesa also kasa na.
Months na ho na enye tobe.
Oh, ami.
Eye baju no benyi. Asama doc working. Na ye fon kwaju ni be over the past few weeks bia moba oman show anapa. Yeah. He speaks with a certain patriotic spirit. And I like it.
You mean Oman Hene Kwabena
Santi?
Okay.
Osende it pricks and politicians no, or at least it should prick our conscience and seek to do what is right for Ghana. Many umbe argument because I was going to go back to 1D1F, the rationale behind it and how you bastardize it, and then some came relative to election 2024, and then there mark up with them. Then there, I believe that there will be more time for us to engage on these matters.
Wonderful.
Okay.
When the results are pouring in.
May your initial comments, McCain. The any government policy be or the Jumaba Brahma Mbebunu wenye be I support it. McCain so that Benny be abo baby. Ana engea. So I do not necessarily oppose this policy. No. But once summer came, election time, I don't see it being reflected in this policy. To draw attention to the fact that you promised the ministries, departments, and agencies a Formula 133. Oh, Masa, one manifesto program yokitabwaha.
Just quotas.
Formula 133 no children.
No. I say ministry, department, and agencies.
Formula 133 no children. Them reds na you had issue with the explanation MPP for be more the butter 1D1F. You don't have any issue with the explanation what party for what the butter 24-hour economy.
Who is that person?
All your people who spoke on this thing said it.
That's not. It's not.
All of them.
That ministry's department and
agencies. Your best. And that. Doc, Masumi say President Mahama. And the pay graphic front page, I had opportunity to speak about it this morning. Say to Abamanu and to Abamanu. Oyeyen Omanpein. I mean, it is on record, even though move to a secret, because of party coloration. You can infer, and you won't be wrong in who I voted for in the election 2024. But unknown Ghana full majority, Yato Abaman, and our to Abaman, don't bear my pain. It's a Kwanibiado. We all have to support him. Osanda so meina. Obi Aumia Matsa studio have maka. That I never wish any government ill. Osanda, if you wish ill for the government, look, politics are from archaeology to zoology. Subject matter P or politics. Why? Why? We there are plenty issues. But the country must make progress. And as you preach unity, as you preach inclusiveness, let your words. Look, I was excited. The Bank of Ghana, initial feedback are open in the public domain. I suspect that he probably is the one who would have issued directive quietly that look.
Recall the guys.
And it was good. Positive feedback, no. It's a feather in your own cap. It's a feather in the cap of the president, though. At least, yes. The 100 or so Ghanaian youth who jobs were taken away. Our from one back, no. It's a feather in his cap. How about the others? I'm in court with one of the state agencies. What terminate one employees? Some were recruited as far back as 2017, Obi. 2017, 2018. What's for MPP for? So they've been sacked. With a directive from minister. To what end?
A lawyer's contract was terminated.
To what end? Yes, maybe the claim will be that in the past Akufo-Addo na ban yebi. Maybe.
Then you can find.
When the suitors are, we speak a language that it be the Chief Justice issue. You hear people say, "Hey, you did it to Charlotte Osei," and I ask myself, assuming without admitting that there was even some plan to remove Charlotte Osei, and it was actually executed, which I disagree. Do we equate the role of the Electoral Commission to the Chief Justice of the Republic, the head of a co-equal branch of government? So it doesn't strike us that it is for some reason, or the Constitution itself anticipated the distinction. The reason why in the case of one, the Council of State is involved. It doesn't strike us. But listen to the commentary.
Hello.
And that Mati Mami be ne audio.
Shia Imam.
Matsanado da Musar.
And ebon the Shia Masai.
Masa Obi. Imam Mewa Masa Matsanado da Musar.
National Shia Imam. Yes.
Right in the presence of the president. He spoke his mind.
Obi the message be mami.
Yeah, I'll read it now. Yeah.
And if he wants to leave a legacy,
Abubakar Kamal Dean.
If he wants to leave a legacy, one day, second coming, because the first coming is saying unless those who are members of the Short Memory Association of Ghana, the first time they are K. But the 8 years no, we see them a P, and the sense that the greater majority of the people of Ghana is getting, yet this time a day, on yet the first no, and why not? We have to make progress. Tiabasran, some of these things no, offer a say, fair or your on many actions, on reflect statements are make at important state events such as yesterday. Now, Obi made about some baby. And then a book or what you call it, Absa Bank one head office.
Okay.
Now, billboard or advertisement for the National Thanksgiving Service.
Advertisement?
Like billboard.
Publicity.
Publicity. Now, billboard advertise a Christian service, now Muslim service.
Yes.
The Christian service also where the forecourt of the State House.
The State House, sure.
And a Muslim service when national
the mosque. National Mosque.
And it struck me. Abana share in the past to put up a national cathedral. Here, Obi, we may not like the architect. We may disagree with the fear what you architect. You may think that there are other priorities. But the country of 68 years, important state events, here or car park. Yaman fine name. Forecourt.
Of State House.
Of State House. Car park. Car park. Kojo, well, you may trivialize it.
You don't go and bring these issues.
Why not?
You see, when you do that, you are pushing
it's a stifle
to come after you.
Let them come after me. I'm a Ghanaian citizen. I'm entitled to speak my mind. And I say that, look,
that built it.
Oh, of course. You know, and I know the reasons why it was not complete. Of course.
What is the reason?
Budgetary allocation.
The money.
Oh, see. Well,
somebody chopped the money.
You see,
so face the facts.
You see. Obi,
mosque no boy is saying. The mosque you are referring to. How much did they spend? The Turkish government spent to build it. Now company, yeah, to grow on 50.
A secular state that believes in plural religion had no space for indigenous traditional religion. And we are okay with that.
Is that what he's saying?
That's another way through a new
Is that what he's saying? So let's finish saying this. And then you want to neutralize his pressure.
Okay.
Obi, you are neutralizing his pressure. Because Asempa Onuako raised, many nan coming raising.
Honorable Obi, Menga, get a man in China,
Obi, it is obvious to me. I mean, I'm not a pretentious person.
Yes.
It is obvious to me that if you have a project that is budgeted to cost you 350 million or so, now spend the 50 million.
Yes.
There is no way that you expect the building to be complete. But if you expended the entire amount I budgeted for or project cost, that's where we are. Then you'll be entitled to make statements to the effect that somebody is chop money and no one can. Those are politics, and if you want to do it, I'll do it. But I'm saying, from my observation yesterday, that we were advertising two state services, one being held at a car park, the Christian service, and one being held in the national mosque, so described, for the Muslim service. It may be good. And look, when I was as a tourism ministry, I had the opportunity to engage with the National Cathedral Secretary. That project can pay for itself in 10 years, maximum. And the documents are there. President Muhammad Nankasa will indicate that we'll have a conversation.
Yes.
I think, margin from again, it'll be good for us to complete it so it can serve us as a country on occasions such as yesterday and other state events that, unfortunately, as a country, we hold on the car park. I cannot, for the life of me, understand why we do that.
Why we do that? That's well me. Mamina say we say Obi. Dr. Kwabena James Bonfe has spoken. I say, well, proper SDA orator. Send him and my senior messer my regards. Yahweh Free, a former deputy CEO. GIPC. This one says, Micah 6:8, all the Lord requires of us is to do right, show mercy, and walk humbly before the Lord. These 6 things the Lord hates. Yes, 7 are an abomination to him: a proud look, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that are swift in running to evil, a false witness who speaks lies, and one who sows discord among brethren. Proverbs 6:16 to 19. Yeah, that's it. There's one here which says, Obi, of what significance is the national prayer and thanksgiving service? President Mahama acquits and discharges his colleague who are alleged to have committed crimes. Boko is in flames. Stray bullet kills in Kwanta Senior High School student. Chief Justice subjected to inhuman justice. All these unfortunate scenarios arose due to President Mahama's maladministration. Should Ghanaians pray for more of this inhuman treatment? Ekosiise ewo ejeso besiase. Honorable Fred Agbenyo says, Obi, is that my brother Kabila saying all those about President Mahama and the NDC? And ono edi esi. We say, Obi, the majority leader as a leader of government business also attends cabinet. We a free Protozua, Honorable Protozua, Suhum, member of parliament, and Odiwe are praying. Obi, so the very and actual day that carries the spirit and ethos of Republic Day has been moved to Friday, which has nothing to do with Ghana becoming a republic. To me, this decision is populist and will not make us feel the significance of the day. It is as if the president just wants a long weekend for Ghanaians at the expense of the symbolism of the day. I shall enjoy the long weekend nonetheless. Obi, the man speaking is the most non-propagandist NDC communicator I have seen. Junior or Tantra Hills. It is a non-propagandist NDC communicator, Honorable Kojedu Asare. Honorable.
Catcher Fred Agbenyo.
Yes.
Minya Odi Pusi maintaining ka. Now me there, I have no option, but it is my duty to love President Mahama.
Okay.
Until or no say or the oka, I speak out of love and deep appreciation of what duty I have as a Ghanaian and also his kin and kith.
Okay. Medase. Honorable.
Obi.
Yes.
President Mahama, 1st July, Thanksgiving and Prayer Day, vis-a-vis 1st July, Republic Day. Obi, yankola brema na yeba. 1st July, my birthday is 30th June.
Na family connections.
Na ditchie biya ye holiday. Na ditchie biya ye 1st July.
Yes.
Ntina 1st July there yade a edam akoma so pa until say MPP.
Belated happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yes, 30th June, yeah. You did it, what happened?
So we video, no? Say, hey, Crawford.
Now, four deputy ministers outstanding on my penny are appointing call for. Okay.
When will be beside?
No, there's some information because many officials.
Okay, birthday, I think. Mention me a full Republican.
1st
July.
Oh, nice.
Oh, sir. It didn't know was your birthday.
I have a direct connection to Ghana.
Interesting.
Oh, yesterday was your birthday.
Yes.
Then belated.
Happy belated birthday.
Yeah. Well, we should be belated.
Oh, please. Yeah, but for the breed. Don't worry. By the end of the year, near number 100.
I'm all around the 24 hours.
It's, you know.
Yes.
1st July. Min kaino. Chinchini biasa. Apart from those days, meet me there. Eko Beach. Ni eke kan. So, Kabila can me ya dream in so many ways because me antecedent in politics CPP. my home was the home of CPP. Just that, I believed in a friend saying, Kunkom.
Okay.
The principle be. You say Kunkom na. The late Nana Kwesi Agyeman. And Rollins man, Deputy Minister for Environment Adwuma. Na yɛde adwuma no man no na the then Asante Hene ne wɔfa invite him and say na Kwesi enye wo na papa yi ne nkrofo omu beye wa ka de ni ade wo Kumasi ye ni nyina ye ni so na ye ma wadwuma wa san akwaje I say na pa wofa enti we enti na friend so no so na otutu bi so fight we enti na friend me say wofa pa wa ho bi anade ayira wo kwaye mu a wakopum so okɔhwere ne pen so baby ade na yira na ho na okɔhwere no enti na de na yira na makɔ akɔhwere enti wofa say we enti na friend me de ame wo bibi ye pa ma me nkɔwi and all the jano. Of course, people see me in NDC and they wonder why. Because my late brother Yawedu Labi. Easy.
The Monas boy.
One recover me see do the way. No 8 years, almost 8 years. August 13th.
I think they were together in the
Monas
PMFG. People's Movement.
Then, young guys are not as a champ.
Sharp guy.
A champ.
What do you know, Faith?
Oh, okay.
With the first.
I'm for don't believe. Say me especially me come mountains. Oh, now work. I'm feeling bad. But I have that belief. Say me so me will be before. Metimidi abua and I'm about NDC so man dump, excuse my language. Me buy say me free as I see so cry now one day a man for back I said there was someone who once lived and also obe joining NDC and also there's some perspective every boy you be so aboye my home by. Na never President Mahama can one semenra. Eyen kabum asem. Sabi kasa. Eno na di bibia eba o se wo beba e kasa. Asumdwe beba e kasa. Intino me die said the tie bia no. What we need is a leader who at a certain point se kromuya she said then now say what it takes to calm nerves. Yes. Oh yeah nipa. Any decision be obe take and ebe you be there. And I say ebe satisfy ye nyina. You know odunsu nim say esinto e won ho. But as a leader, it is your duty, especially on a day like this. Republican, it also underpins the unity. On mine, because you free. My mind different. Manfra. Ne dey be bo mu ye Ghana. That means say even as of 1940 hokra no na ye nsheda ni Ghana per se.
There was a colony, the Gold Coast colony, the Ashanti territory, the Northern territory, and the Transvolta Togoland.
Yes.
Nti uhemu properly speaking no. Babia na British colonial rule no pa the colony. And no started from Greater Accra through Central region to Western region. and some part of Eastern region, and that's why Central region is called Central region because it was central to the colony between Greater Accra and Western region. And this was where it was. Now, Ashanti territory was seen as a territory on its own, Kopim Brown for friend Western Ashanti, which was annexed after the Yasantua War in 1902.
Right.
Northern territories no there, Akin Ferguson no, and a treaties omukoye around the 1920s. Friends say Gogisberg time. I know so bar under your friends say the British control and dominance, and then the Transvolta Togoland after the Second World War. Territories are now under French, any German. In fact, under German, near the omo chicheye, inti British, ena the ne war this side German for control or no, a major area or no, a bit D one side, any some parts of northern region. So that's a bit about that.
Right.
So when we talk about Nkrumah being the founder now, in fact, it was through his ingenuity. And a plebiscite of 1956 September the Ebaso they were opposed to that part of Volta region and the northern part of northern region part B and Kebabeka assassin geographically.
Okay. You see, some of these stories we need to tell from time to time. Ni baby a ifi, any baby a yababedu, any. Se sha ya hwe ya husu ye ya betimi de ya no esanding pai mu aba ya yentem ya sanding politics ye friend no NDC MPP ne wan e be san e de asan be pai mu yes, he's a leader. Una now come about a friend say chief executive be okoyi obi edina and the minister kranya aware.
In fact, that be or the no call secondment ministry on the PO. And minister na nya aware.
Right.
Or kodru ministry or minister na say oni office man. And or throw back to the agency say now how can you do this? And the important thing is that the person has some technical knowledge be war agency or obi nibi.
Me point that me yem say. There are times when in Emma to me see penny or down no onyawe. It's BBC because or no penny or down no
ultimate responsibility.
It takes ultimate responsibility. Now
because the way the men come work you see the entire company the me corner that angle ni say that biara da no pa biara president nya national security briefing some way come from mamu free information ugada ediko. So the president is not unaware of some of these things. Na obi a wo bank kabomu de hey munya sadie maka sorry bi a kireo former minister bi a the young minister baako eboa ma ne wo fa ase nya adwuma. And now say no minister no problem ti o pam minister ni ho no e na okopam nkofo wo ho mu nyina ne nua ba ko no wo fi o say eh na wo nkrofo na wayi o mu adi no ni say wo fa ase ka ho de ye ba ho am pa adwuma ma ye ko papa wo pa adwuma ma ya wo ko kopam no papa ni na ni ewu
yeah, it's like I'll say let me wrap up.
Yeah, wrap up man. The announcement to be
on mine and na ye chiche.
Okay.
Ye nyina me dai mu heya na me kan he when Akufo-Addo took over the reins of government in this room as president. I'm saying, hey, Papa, we party. The way I mean, the way I'm all shisha no ho. Say, utimi ye nia Osei Obabe ye party
NDC better opposition
in this room. Me I'm kind.
Yeah.
But he disappointed us.
He
disappointed us because I had hope in him. Just been person I swear. It was in this time table, no, CC, and I was sitting where this gentleman is sitting right now. That was last point. I said it because the way I'm not, yeah, package papa. Oh, I'm incorruptible, and then no nonsense. I'm full set, Charlie. It was going to be that tough leadership.
Okay.
Sometimes, and yɛde ani ehu and the way I interpreting what you trimuno and representing what the real is. But our prayer is that if we come in Kromaswa, the abyss do President Akufo-Addo so. The experience of all of these leaders put together will guide President Mahama to be able to put things right and put this country on a proper trajectory. Sanebeya yen go back, yen ko sign. You see, look, sometimes you fool say, look, like yen jemunenka, because it's like yakwa ne asansayechi, yakwa ne asansayechi. Ofri soa obifu frobeba. As to whether that person is also prepared, and I say you're prepared, no, yeah, and also another matter. But nina ebaba bisi nyamensem. DMB the Adabraka.
Kojodu Asare, a former MP, Adenta constituency. James Kobna Bonfe, and Honorable Andrew Japemesa, former MP second. Bonsu. Yami Admoch Nebe Science Have a great